All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I hope everybody's doing well. We are once again today starting early. That way we can knock out some more cool stuff. So, today on the roster is serialization and deserialization. And we'll see how far we get with that. And yeah, that's kind of the goal for today. So, before I jump into that, I do want to quickly thank the supporters of the channel, starting with the partners, who are the highest tier of subscription over on YouTube memberships and Patreon. They are Gabby Bashir and Gerboles Inc. I would also like to thank everybody else listed under the supporter section there. They are a combination of the other tiers of support over on Patreon, YouTube memberships, as well as Twitch subscriptions. So thank you all very much for your support. I greatly appreciate it. I also appreciate each and every one of you viewers, whether you're on the Twitch side, whether you're on the YouTube side. We do simulcast to both. So thank you all very much for being here. I appreciate you guys. I do treat this as an interactive stream, so I try to keep an eye on the chats. Generally, the way that I try to work it is I will check the chat every once in a while, so I may not immediately respond to something, but I do keep an eye on it, right? So just to kind of keep things going, I tend to program for a little bit and then chat for a little bit and go back and forth. So I do typically encourage interaction, right? That's part of the purpose of this stream is to have it interactive, have it be a hopefully an engaging and fun learning environment while we build a game engine from scratch live on stream. Mr. Doggo Play, hello over there on the YouTube side. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. So, as I mentioned before, we've actually been doing a lot of work in a bunch of different places in the engine. And last night we actually got things up and running so that we could essentially load up a scene using the structure that we would be deserializing from a target file. So what that might look like is this, right? So this is the file that we're going to be deserializing from. And essentially right now in our scene loader, we have essentially hard-coded the code equivalent of this, right? So we've got these two pieces, and we're essentially going to be generating this from this, right? And that's kind of the idea of what we're going to at least get started on tonight. So we are able to load up a scene and see those various pieces in action. So that is we're going to break away from doing these hard-coded bits, and we are going to use our KSON parser, which is KSON is the language here, right? And we're going to use that to serialize and deserialize. So when I say deserialize, I mean we are going to take this sort of text format file, and we are going to turn that into from this bunch of objects and arrays and properties into code that we are going to then pass over to our scene to be loaded up. And then when I say serialize, we are going to take the bits that are loaded into the scene as is, and we are going to write out a file that looks very much like this. So at least in the initial pass, I'll probably write to a different file, just so that we can kind of compare this one against the file that we write out, just so that we're not sort of nuking our known good file until we have things sorted out. So that's kind of what the goal is for tonight. Let's see. Are you pretty much manufacturing some sort of game engine which players can create things within? Yes. Yeah. So I can actually run the current version of this because we did get it running last night. So we're able to load up a scene. That's got, a few basic things in it. It's got a terrain with a level of detail in it. It's got the ability to load static meshes, load a skybox, load directional lights, point lights, and we can select and manipulate those objects, right? So this Sponza object that exists here can, kind of be moved around. This tree is actually a separate object that is a child of the Sponza object, so we can manipulate it separately. And then as we move the sponza around, it kind of follows it around, right? And then we've got this sort of broken down car as like another test, right? And it actually has a light attached to it. So as we move around the car, the light kind of goes with it, right? So we have this sort of scene hierarchy that we set up so that we can actually load scenes from files, right? So now it's just a matter of taking the structure that we've set up and loading that from a file, right? We already have the ability to parse the file. We already have the tokenization complete. We have the object tree that's complete. All of that stuff is in place. All we need to do now is take that tree of data that's generated by the file when we load it or parse it, and convert that into objects that the scene understands, and then load it all up. So that's kind of the goal, right? Let's see. Snigget, I think that's how you pronounce your name. I hope it's correct. Cool that you still work on this. I think I watched you very few years ago working on the engine. FYI, you've been blowing up on my YouTube Shorts feed recently. Well, that's kind of cool. I appreciate the feedback there. Yeah, so this project has been going now for just over 3 years, right? And which sounds like a long time to make a game engine, and it is. But, I am doing this on my own, and I am taking the time to explain things along the way, which of course means that I wait to do a lot of things on stream. I don't do too much work off a stream. So that kind of limits the pace that we can move forward. And I do work a full-time job as well. So this is purely something I do in my spare time. I should also take a quick second just to mention, and I'm also going to throw a link here in chat. So the engine is called the Kohi Game Engine. It's completely open source and free. It looks like my YouTube bot might actually not be working for some reason. So I'm just going to paste this over here on the YouTube side. Not sure why. But anyways, so the engine is written in C, uses Vulkan as its initial rendering backend. And I say initial rendering backend because we do have plans to support Direct 3D and Metal at a minimum. And maybe OpenGL at some point. I haven't really decided on that yet. But the engine is fully open source, so you can actually access it on GitHub. There's a link there in the website. And it is Apache 2.0 licensed, which means it is free for use, whether that is personal or commercial, does not matter. The only thing that this license actually asks is that if you use any of the code out of it, that you mention that you used Kohi. That's it, right? That's literally it. There will never be any sort of royalty fees. There will never be any sort of licensing fees of any kind ever. None of this will ever be paywalled. It's all 100% free. So if you want to sponsor it or join the Patreon or something to support the project, I appreciate it, but it is not required, right? The other thing is this is cross-platform, so it currently does run on Windows, Linux, and Mac desktop OSs. We do have plans to port it to mobile in the future, so that means Android and iOS for the most part, right? So we do have plans to do that. We also do have plans eventually to port it to consoles. Probably the Switch is going to be the first one. But we can't really do that until we've released some games, right? So we're kind of finishing up on our feature set, and we're getting close to the point where we're actually going to start making a game using this. And the first game, probably the first 2 games, are actually going to be done without an editor, just so that we can nail down the runtime and make sure that the runtime is good, it's fast, it's reliable, all those things. And then once we have that nailed down, we've released a couple of games with it, then we will actually build an editor to go along with it, right? Doesn't really make sense to do that out of that sort of order of operations. So that's kind of the game plan overall. So yes, the YouTube channel is basically an archive of everything that's happened so far. So it started off as a YouTube tutorial series, but it kind of outgrew that format. And so we changed formats a few times over the life of the product. And now we stream on YouTube and Twitch, right? So all of the content is available there on YouTube. And then it stays on Twitch, I think, for 60 days. Okay, so with all that out of the way, let me catch up on chat and then we'll jump into the code. Let's see. Yay, something to watch while waiting for work. 3 years is still impressive. I appreciate that. Yeah. Especially since I'm writing it myself, right? I don't feel like the pace has gone too slow. Supe, good to see you, buddy. How's it going? Early stream today. Yes, I am starting early. We want to get some stuff knocked out, right? So that's kind of the game plan here. Apotham, good to see you. Trash Can, good to see you as well. How are you guys doing? Hope you're doing well. Let's see. I'm a lone wolf programmer, so the fact that you work alone entirely, on this one project is amazing. Yeah. So I tend to be a bit of a lone wolf with my personal projects, although I will probably, at some point, at least maybe for the second game, I'll probably wind up hiring an artist. Even though I can do the art on myself, I'm doing the programming, so I may not have time to do both. But yeah, for the most part, I do work by myself. Although I will mention there have been other contributors who have opened PRs that have fixed various things. And then this guy here actually was the one who created the initial port to the Mac OS platform, right? So he wrote the initial code for that. I was able to sort of refactor that into what we have now. But yeah, there's been community contributions as well. Some, anyways. Any specific reason you're writing it in C instead of C++? Preference. C is a much simpler language. It compiles faster because it's a simpler language. I don't use most of the features that C++ actually provides, so why use C++, right? I don't use object-oriented programming. I don't use function overloads. I don't use templates, all those things, right? I don't have need for any of that stuff. So why incur the overhead of using that compiler if I don't need to, right? Would like to see how the node hierarchy looks like. What file do I look in? Yeah, so it is currently in this test scene 2.ksn. I should point out, though, we are on the refactor xform scene, so we're not in the main branch. This is actually branched off of the 0.7 branch, and then this is a feature branch for all the work we're doing right now. So in order to see that file, you'll need to be in the refactor/xform scene branch. But this is the file here, and this is what a scene file looks like, right? And so this is our sort of litmus test for our parser that we wrote. We wrote a custom parser for this custom file format. And we have that up and working, and we have read a file similar to this, and it seems to work okay. Although I did notice just now, actually, these need to be surrounded in quotes. Forgot to do that when I was messing around with this last night. Okay. I think I got it everywhere else, though. Yes. Okay. So yeah, this is the file that we're actually going to be reading in and then generating all of these objects from. TCAP, how's it going? Good to see you, man. Welcome to the stream. If you guys don't follow TCAP, TCAP is an Omega Chad programmer, so I'm going to give him a shout out real quick, actually. TCAP is a boss. So definitely check him out. He's always making cool shit. All right. Being lone wolf programming is great. Don't have to implement things in ways you don't like if you're working solo. Yeah, that's true. Yep, gives me full control. But it also means that, if I get shot in the foot, it's purely my fault, right? Which is fine. All right. Why custom? You mean the language? So the reason we went with a custom language on this is because this whole process is actually a learning exercise, right? So we're building most things from scratch here. And that was something we wanted to explore, was how do we actually create a file format? In this case, it's just a storage format. It's not a scripting language, at least not yet. So this is just a storage format that we can use not only to configure scenes, but we can also configure other aspects of the game with it as well. And so we decided to go with a custom format because we went through the process of creating all the rules, how it should act, creating the tokenizer, creating the parser, and just kind of as an educational exercise. Unfortunately, I need to go, but I'll keep an eye out for more streams. Just for some feedback, would be nice with a chat overlay on the stream so everyone could see the chat from YouTube and Twitch. So I can't do that because that is actually against Twitch's terms of service. You can't join the chats on the screen. And the other reason I won't do that is because there are goblins out there who will enter things in chat that would get me banned. So I will never be putting chat up on the screen. I think it's just too big of a risk, right? Yeah, I've had people enter stuff in the chat before, even before we grew to this point, that had it appeared on screen would have gotten me banned. So I'm not going to take that risk, right? It's just not worth it for me. Okay, I think we're caught up. Yes. All right. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to implement the sort of deserialization of this first, and then we'll do the serialization, which is saving it back out. The other thing that I'm going to do is, just so that we can kind of get this up and running, I'm going to handle the deserialization all in place here. And the reason I'm going to do that is because it's less jumping around in code while I'm developing the thing. And then once I have it locked down and it's working, I will split up the relevant units of code to where they should actually go. But it just makes more sense to me to sort of do it here in place. So the first step of this is actually going to be loading the scene file itself. So what we have right now is we actually have this old KSS file format, which was for kohi simple scene. Simple scenes no longer exist. We've nuked them. So now what we have is a KSN. So we've actually changed the file format just to kind of separate those two. So we're going to load that up. And then let's see. I think let's change this from simple scene because it's just a scene file now. And then what we've done is the resource data for the scene, which is essentially loading up the scene resource. This scene config is actually what winds up going over to the scene when we stand up the hierarchy and all that other stuff. So this is essentially the structure that we are going to be deserializing to, and we're going to be building all of this stuff out of it. So we want to keep this. We do have the full path here. But the next thing that we're going to need to do is we're going to need to create a case and parser, parse the file that we've loaded in. So we have done a file system open on that. I think down here towards the bottom, I want to say, we were closing the file. Yeah. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to take this and move it up, right? We're going to move it here. Right? And what we're going to do, actually, before we even create this resource data, we're actually going to move this up a little bit further. So that the process here is we're basically going to load the file in its entirety as just basically a big old long string, and then pass it to our parser to be processed. If that's successful, that will return a tree structure to us. And then at that point, we're done with the file. We can close it and then start parsing everything out of that tree, right? So we have file system open. We need a file system. I think it's read all text is actually what we're going to want, right? That's going to read it as a string. And so we have the file handle, which is just going to be the address of f. And then we have out text, right? So we're actually going to need to get, we're going to need to allocate some memory to hold that, right? For now, I'm just going to do, let's do file content, right? And I'm actually just going to initialize this to 0. We'll allocate that in a second. So we'll say instead of out text, we'll do file content. And And then out bytes red is going to need something here as well. So we'll do U64, and we'll say bytes red equals 0. And we will pass the address of bytes red. All right. If I recall correctly, this returns a Boolean. It does. So we're going to check that to make sure that it is, successful. All right. So if it fails, we're going to bleat about it. So k-error failed to read all text of scene file. And at this point, we're just going to return false. We'll worry about cleanup and whatnot afterwards, right? For now, we just want to read all of the text. Let's see. I need to basically get the size of the file next. So file system, let's see, we should have file system size. There it is. So we need the file pointer, and then we're going to have a U64 file size here. Right? And we're going to zero that out as well, and we'll pass the address of that here. Okay, I believe, that should be the address of that. I believe this also returns a Boolean. Yes. So again, we'll check this to make sure that that is successful. And if not, failed to check file size. I guess we can say failed to check size of scene file. Turn false. Okay. So we'll have, let's take these two and put them here. So the reason that we have file size in bytes red, even though we're reading all of the text, right, is because we can then compare the file size against the number of bytes that we've read and make sure that they match. They should match, and if they don't, we can at least warn about it, right? So at this point, we'll read all text. And then actually at that point, if that has succeeded or failed, to be completely honest, we can close the file handle. We're done with it at that point either way. And so we can just verify that we read the whole file. And we can say if bytes read is not equal to file size. Whoops. Bytes read is not equal to file size. There we go. Then we're going to do a warning here and try and process the file anyways. But file size mismatch, file size / bytes read mismatch. And then we'll do an LLU and a / and a LLU. And we'll put file size and bytes read, right? And all we're going to do in this case is just warn about that. We're not actually going to error on it because I don't know, maybe it's not counting like blank space at the end of the file or something. There shouldn't be a mismatch, but it might not be critical, right? Let's see. C, pure C, not even C++. I dig it. Yep, pure C. How's it going, by the way, Bar Interactive? Good to see you. Gits Jets, first time chat. I think there's a typo in the file on the right on the detection field, one quote too many. Oh, direction field. Oh, yep, you're right. That would have definitely thrown an error. Thanks for that. One of the many benefits to programming live, right? Taman, how's it going? Good to see you. Mr. Anteater in a suit. How goes it? Been using C# and Python for so long, I actually kind of miss messing around with pointers and manual memory allocation. Yeah, I hear you there. I do web-based stuff during the day for work, right? So I definitely miss it then. MD MDS Ubuntu. Happy Pi Day. Happy Pi Day to you as well. 3 stream watch streak. I appreciate that. Welcome. All right. Stretch redeem. All right. Appreciate that. And thank you for the follows, by the way. Appreciate those. All right. Cheers. Good work. Joined 3 years too late. It's never too late, right? You can always catch up. And I'm actually working on doing dev logs along the way. I'm kind of behind on it, but I'm working on doing dev logs that are going to summarize the process as we go, right? So maybe that'll help with folks that need to catch up. Do you think it's worth creating games with JavaScript and or C#? Like making a job with it. I don't know what you mean by making a job with it, but I know that Unity uses C# as its scripting language, right? So that's a thing. Also, web-based or browser-based games are a thing. So JavaScript is very much viable, right? Used with WebGL. In fact, I actually have a series on my YouTube channel where I use TypeScript to make a very small, like 2D game engine. It's nothing as advanced as this one, but it kind of gives you the basics on doing that. So yeah, it's definitely a thing. Recommend any books or resources for learning Vulkan. I've already made a graphics engine in OpenGL and want to make one in Vulkan and C++. So there are some YouTube series out there. The first and foremost, one thing that a lot of people tend to do is they tend to go into like Vulkan tutorials, right, which are good and have their place, but they do that without reading the spec. And you need to read the Vulkan spec. Yes, it's very long. Yes, it's very dry, but it's imperative that you read it to fully understand what you're doing, and read it repeatedly, right? So read the Vulkan spec, maybe do a tutorial, maybe make a small renderer, right? Read the Vulkan spec again, and then go and make another renderer, right? Read the Vulkan spec again, right? Just keep reading that spec. Constantly refer back to it. I've probably read the spec now about 7 or 8 times at least, and I'm actually due to read it again sometime very soon. So I would definitely do that for sure. Should you focus your career based off of creating video games? I mean, that depends, right? Is that what you want to do? If so, then yes. But I can't really be the one to say you should or should not do that, right? It depends on what you want to do. You're trying to gain advice for these things mainly because I'm considering making my career into making video games or something. So, understand also that there's a huge difference between making video game engines and tech behind video games and making video games. Those are 2 different skill sets, right? And some people can do both. Some people can only do one or the other, and that's okay. So you need to decide which of those things you want to do, or what part of games you want to work on. Maybe you don't even want to do programming, or maybe you only want to do graphics programming, right? Or maybe you only want to do physics programming, right? So there's lots of aspects to it, right? Or maybe you want to be a generalist and kind of hit a little bit of everything, but not really be an expert in any of it, which is kind of where I am, right? I tend to be more of a generalist and can jump around into all the different systems, right? But that comes with experience too. Let's see. Also worth mentioning that Vampire Saviors is a browser game shipped with Electron on Steam. Yep. Ideal? Maybe not, but if it's a simple game, you'll probably get away with it. Cool. All right. So we are going to have ads here shortly. So I think I've caught up on chat though. You love the engine side, knowing how it works? Absolutely, yeah. If anything, at least having an understanding of how this stuff works under the hood will vastly benefit you when you go to actually make games, because you'll have an understanding of what's happening under the hood. And so when you run into issues, you'll understand how to fix those things. Not here though. Yeah, fair enough. It's all experience and learning stuff, right? And game development is a massive, massive, massive amount of sets of information. It's not a small task. And that's okay. I'm not trying to dissuade anybody. It's just understand what you're getting into, right? Eternal Divine Fox, hello. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. We're about to have ads here in a second. And so whenever we do have ads, we get those once every 30 minutes on Twitch for 90 seconds or up to 90 seconds. So I usually put a timer up on the screen with sort of an ad screen there so that you guys know exactly when we're coming back. And I usually recommend that people hydrate during the ad break. So definitely go grab some water or something when the ad screen comes up, which it should be any second now. Literally. So I will continue reading the chat when we come back from ads. And I know for the folks over on the YouTube side, it's a little bit different for you guys because ads don't work quite the same way over there as they do on Twitch. But I like to pause the stream so that nobody misses any content, right? So we don't write code when the ads are up, just so that nobody misses anything. So we got about 45 seconds left, and then we can continue. And Trash Can, thank you for the hydrate redeem there. Mr. Doggo, I will answer that question once we come back from ads so that the other side can hear it as well, okay? We only got about, like 10 seconds left, so. All right, cool. Ads are dead. So, how long did it take to create the engine you're working on? So we just crossed the 3-year line of it, right? From the time that I created the first commit in Git. Yeah, so it's been 3 years. What's your take on oversaturated indie game market? It's definitely an issue, right? You feel like both the indie game dev and general software jobs are in decline. I think that's probably true to an extent, especially right now, given the market, right? And I think it's not even really just specific to games. I think tech everywhere is in a difficult place right now. I actually just got laid off not too long ago. Thankfully, I was able to land on my feet and get another job. But yeah, it's affecting a lot of people, and it sucks, right? But I think it's just something we all need to be aware of that exists. And what I usually tell folks is, even though you have a job, don't ever get too complacent and keep your ear to the ground, right? Because if something happens, and you've been at least keeping feelers out for what's out there, if something happens, you lose your job, it'll be a little bit easier to land on your feet if you've already got a direction to go in, right? But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't let it dissuade you, but, it is an issue at the moment. Oversaturated indie game market. The thing to bear in mind there is a lot of saturation out there of absolute shovelware too, right? Where it's just stuff being pumped out, literally just shoveled out there constantly that is absolute just crap. And so the idea there is even though you're dealing with a saturated market, you need to be very cognizant of that and do things to set yourself apart so that you can compete, right? So many software jobs are fake, to be honest. It's no surprise. Yep, that's a thing, right? A lot of places, there's just too many chefs in the kitchen. So yeah, there's a lot of issues with it for sure. When do you think AI will take over tech jobs? Certainly not anytime soon. And even though what's his face from NVIDIA is saying that it will and that you shouldn't learn to program, bear in mind he's trying to sell you something, right? He's trying to push programs and software suites out there for you to buy, right? He's absolutely not right about that. AI is not going to replace programmers anytime soon. I have never once been able to use code that was generated by an AI. It's always bug-ridden, incorrect, doesn't compile, or if it does compile, it's got memory leaks and all kinds of other crap. So, yeah. I wouldn't worry about it. Gelling, okay. Have a good time or have a good day at work. Not a good time. Well, hopefully it's a good time if you enjoy your job, but if not, at least try to have a good day, and we'll see you on the next stream. You got a YouTube ad as soon as I mentioned it. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, F Devin, exactly. Yeah. It's just a GPT-4 wrapper. Yep, exactly. So, yeah, I would not worry about it, right? I would not worry about it. It's hype for the sake of hype, right? Again, people are trying to sell a product. That's why it's being pushed, right? It is not something that is going to be useful for, it's certainly not going to replace devs. It's just not going to happen. Detective Cactus. I like your spelling there. How's it going? First time chat. Welcome. All right. So I should probably. They got a $21 million investment. Right. So it doesn't mean that people aren't pouring money into it, right? It's just like crypto and NFTs and all that other stuff, right? People pour money into it, but just because people pour money into it doesn't mean it's going to be a success. It's a buzzword, right? Everybody's talking about AI, but nobody's actually... Any companies that are talking about, we're using AI for this and that, not really. Not for anything super advanced, anyway. It's just a glorified chatbot at this point. A few weeks ago, you discovered your infinite love for C and assembly. Awesome. It's a beautiful thing. Okay, so I should probably actually get some code written. So, at this point, we should have read the entire file as text, right? So actually, there is one more step in here we need to do. We need to allocate this buffer, right? And we have the file size up here to do that. So we're going to say file size because file size is in bytes. And we're going to do memory tag. I guess we can do resource. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do memory tag resource. And then we will read all of that text into that buffer. We should probably do file size. I'm going to do file size +1 so that we have a 0 terminator. Then we close the file, verify that the file, the bytes read matches the file size, which it should. And then we're going to pass this to our parser, right? So parse the file. So in this case, we do ksin parser. I need to include this first, actually. So we'll do include parsers, ksin parser, and we'll say ksin parser create out parser, right? So we need a ksin parser, and we'll just call this parser. That's fine. And what we'll do, what we'll do is we'll pass the address of parser. And then I believe this also returns Boolean. Yes. So we'll double check this to make sure it didn't fail. If it did fail, we'll say failed to parse file. I guess we'll say scene file. See logs for details. Because our parser will actually bleat to the logs if it fails to actually do the thing, right? And in this case, we'll return false. Okay? Otherwise, we have created the parser. So the next thing we're going to need to do is case in parser. And then I think we had a... Didn't we have a... Was it from string? What the heck did we call it? Yeah, case in tree from string. That's what we want right there. So the source is going to be the file content. And then we need to store this in a tree. So we're going to have a case in tree. And we're just going to call this tree. It's fine. And we're going to pass it the address of tree. And I believe this also returns Boolean. Yep, to indicate success or failure. So again, if this fails, oops, failed to parse. This is actually not correct. This error message belongs down here. This should actually say failed to create scene parser. Right? So we parse the file here. And then if that's successful, we get a tree that has like a list of all the objects, properties, and all that other stuff that is in here. So at this point, we can then start looping through those objects and deserializing them into all of this stuff. I think what I'm going to do is put a to-do here, loop through objects, properties, etc. And then after that, we're going to destroy the tree and parser so that we don't forget to clean that up, right? So we'll do, we'll say case in tree cleanup, and we're going to pass the address of tree. And then we'll do case in parser destroy, and pass the address of parser. And at this point, if those things fail, like there's not really a whole heck of a lot we can do about it, so I'm not going to bother checking that, right? This is just making sure that we clean up that stuff. And so these can go here. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to leave this stuff in place, and I just want to see if the parser actually parses things successfully and gives us a tree before we continue any further. Let's see. The open file at the right is a case-in file. Yes. Yep. Thought about writing a library with some data structure implementations because there aren't many in the standard C library. But then I saw that many developers don't use any library for creation of certain data structures. They just implement them directly in the code with all the other stuff. What's your opinion on how to do it? Depends on how much reusability you need, right? So I have these things called dynamic arrays, or D arrays as we call them. And I did create a data structure around that for convenience so that I don't have to have that repeated code all over the place. It's basically nothing but a glorified macro, but it makes us have to type less code everywhere, and we don't repeat ourselves as much. So for things like that, I will do it. But often with things like linked lists, the requirements of those linked lists tend to vary by their usage. So I don't typically have like a generic structure for that. I'll just kind of implement it in place. So it really depends on what it is. Let's see. You want to understand if the library you want to create makes sense. Yeah, fair enough. Hero Dev with a raid of 37 viewers. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. How are you doing? I've watched your stream a bunch. So for those of you who don't know, Hero Dev is another game dev here on Twitch who is doing some pretty amazing stuff. And I highly recommend that you go check out their channel. So there is a shout out to Hero Dev. What were you getting up to in your stream? Been frying your brain with matrices? Yeah, I understand that pain. I did that like a month or two ago. I found some issues with my matrices because we rolled our own from scratch, and yeah, it wound up having some issues. So yeah, I feel your pain on that. Doing LOD selection for the volume clusters. Okay, that's yeah, that sounds brain frying for sure. We're gonna eventually have to do that here as well. So that sounds pretty awesome. So just really quickly for the raiders, or for anybody that is new here, we are making a game engine from scratch using C and then using Vulkan as our initial rendering backend. So I'll just drop a link here into the chat. And so the engine is called Kohi, and we are using C, not C++, just for language simplicity, compilation speed, things of that nature. So Vulkan is our initial rendering backend, and I say initial because we are going to support Direct3D as well as Metal natively as well. We are cross-platform, so right now we do run on Windows, Linux, and Mac OS natively. We are fully open source, so all the code is available here on GitHub. It is free and open source, so it is Apache 2.0 licensed, which means that basically if you want to use this either personally or commercially, the only thing that I ask is that you mention that you use Kohi, and that's literally it. There will never be any sort of licensing fees. There will never be any sort of royalties or anything like that. This will always be 100% free, always. I don't paywall anything on my Twitch or my YouTube channel or any of that stuff. And so, yeah, this is just an exercise of, it's basically an educational exercise where we build a game engine mostly from scratch. There are a few things like STB image that I use to load images because I don't feel like writing a bunch of image parsers. And then there's another one that we use for fonts. But other than that, it's pretty much from scratch. And we're sort of exploring all of the various aspects of creating a game engine from scratch as a learning exercise. So I'm basically trying to create the resource that I wish I had when I was kind of learning how to do all this stuff. So that's more or less what we're doing. That's the goal anyway. What did I use for the website? Do you mean like libraries or something? Like, I didn't actually use anything. I rolled all of this from scratch, if that's what you mean. So yeah, I hand coded all of it. What did you use for Vulkan on Mac OS? So the Vulkan SDK actually comes with a translation layer called Molten VK. And Molten VK essentially translates the Vulkan calls to Metal calls under the hood. So technically we're already using Metal, right? But I'm going to eventually be having a native Metal layer as well eventually. So right now we are using that Molten VK. Molten VK, which is this guy right here. It's from Kronos themselves, right? And it works pretty well, I have to say. So yeah, I hope all of that makes sense. So currently what we're doing is we've developed a custom storage format that's very similar to JSON. We call it KSON for Kohi, right? And so this is a storage format that we use to organize our scenes. So our scenes essentially have like this property bag of like global properties at the top. And then we have nested nodes, right? So we can set up an array of nodes. And each of those nodes has things like a name. It has attachments, which can be of various types. So we have like a skybox attachment, directional light attachment, static meshes. These can also have child nodes, right? Which each have transforms of their own. Nodes do not necessarily have to have transforms. Transforms are optional in this case. So you'll notice this environment node here does not actually have a transform because it contains attachments that don't need one, such as a skybox and a directional light, right? There's no reason to have a transform there. So we actually recently made that change where we have this set up. And essentially what we're doing, let me get rid of this for now. And I'll sort that in a minute. Essentially what we've done is we kind of came up with this format, right? And we wrote a custom tokenizer and parser for this to read it in. And we have that up and running. And now what we're doing is we are going to replace this hard-coded stuff that we have to build out our scene hierarchy with essentially a deserializer that reads in the content from this file, takes the contents out of the tree that's generated from it, and deserializes that into our scene objects. And then we're also going to write a serializer to write back to this file when we want to save it. So that's more or less what we're working on at the moment. You don't need to add anything to use Vulkan, or there's some additional wrapping. No. So there's a couple settings you have to set in the device and an extension you have to load, I think. I wrote it a while ago, so I don't completely remember. It's been a bit. So it's not that. I think it was maybe I think it was in the device specifically, actually. Yeah, this VK-KHR portability subset extension. So this has to be loaded for Mac, right? And there's also a couple of other things that aren't supported on there, but I'm trying to avoid using those things. But yeah, that's more or less it. If you're doing a first custom rendering project, OpenGL is fine. Yes, that's true. Yep. You're doing your own thing as well. You're wondering whether you should stick with OpenGL. Yeah. So you can always stick with OpenGL to get the basics down and then re-implement that in Vulkan when you're ready, right? Highly depends on the goals. Exactly. And I think at some point, I don't know if it's happening yet, but I think at some point what's going to happen is since OpenGL is sort of deprecated, not to be confused with obsolete, but OpenGL is deprecated, right? Meaning it's not receiving any new updates. Nobody's developing anything new for OpenGL. I think what eventually is going to happen, they can't outright make it obsolete, right? It would break too much stuff. So I think what's going to happen is there's going to wind up being a translation layer that'll just translate that to Vulkan under the hood at the driver level. So anybody that writes OpenGL apps, I think it's just going to ultimately the vendors are just going to stop directly supporting OpenGL and they're just going to translate it to Vulkan under the hood. That's my suspicion anyway. However, I would say that you should probably learn sort of the new way of doing things. The Vulkan / Direct 3D 12 way of doing things at some point. You're eventually going to want to move on, but as you're just starting, OpenGL is fine. Okay. So I hope that makes sense. The other thing is this. I do try to keep this as an interactive stream. So if you guys have questions, I do check the streams every once in a while, or I should say the chats every once in a while. I do simulcast on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, so I try to kind of keep up with it as best as I can. So if you have any questions or you spot something that I'm doing that's stupid, feel free to call it out. We're not a community that thinks that there's stupid questions and stuff like that, right? If you have a question, feel free to ask. And I'll answer it to the best of my ability. All right. So with all that said, I should probably actually do some programming. So where I was at before is we are essentially going to use our existing file system to open a file handle to this guy, get its size, read the whole file as text, close the file, then take what is read into that file content buffer, create our parser for this format, and fire it off to this from string, right? And this from string will give us a tree that should represent everything that's in this file. So we're going to do that and make sure that that portion of it is good to go. And then once we are, we're going to loop through all of the things in that tree and basically split out these things and start setting properties. Devin, write the engine, right? Yeah, Chat GPT, why don't you just write me a quick Vulkan implementation real quick. Spoiler, it can't do it. Okay. So, did I already, I think I tried to build before and I think I had some errors. Oh, because I named this tree and I also named this tree up here. That's why. Okay, so I'm going to rename this to, I guess I'll call this source tree, for lack of a better term. Goldsphere48, thank you for the follow. EZY Sing, thank you for the follow as well. And by the way, I really do appreciate the follows. That helps me grow the channel, and you know, I definitely appreciate the support there. So thank you very much. All right, so let me build this. Okay. And I'm still using this guy as my debugger for right now because I've been too lazy to look into switching it. And I think what I'm going to do is actually in my scene loader, before we do all of this stuff, I'm going to set a breakpoint here, right before we parse that thing, right? Just so we can actually see what happens. So we'll do load. All right, unable to load. I'm unable to open for reading. Oh, I think I called it test scene 2. I think that's why. Okay, so I'm gonna have to fix that. Yes. Okay, so this is... Actually, I could just rename the file at this point, honestly. Because these extensions are different, right? So let's just get rid of the 2. Okay. And I'll run again. All right, so here is that. I'll load up this. Okay, so it does look like we had a slight mismatch in file size, which is a little bit concerning. So I'm not 100% sure why that was, but that's why I wanted to warn about it. So the file content does look like it loaded the whole thing. So that's good. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to generate a source tree of our sort of case and objects based off of this source file. Now, I haven't actually tested it with this specific source file yet, so I don't know that this one's good. So we're about to find out. Okay. So out tree root. Did we not set... Did we not do this properly? Oh, we didn't. How did that even... Out tree. I don't think we've actually tested this function either. So this is sort of a wrapper around some other functions that we wrote for the actual parser. Oh, I see what happened. I forgot that this actually creates a parser. So we're actually doing some steps we don't need to do. So I think I can actually... I think I can just do that. And then... see, that's the cleanup. Let me just make sure that I'm not doing anything stupid in here. Because like I said, I haven't actually tested this yet. So we create the parser here. We do our tokenization. Let me see something real quick, actually, because I don't remember. Nope, we have ads. So one thing that I like to do is I like to pause the stream for ads whenever those come up, so that nobody misses any content, right? So I will come back and answer the questions in chat after that. Let's see. Have I ever used Play Canvas before? Nope, I have not. Okay. So we've got about 45 seconds left on ads, and then we'll get back to it. Yeah, I think that is correct about the file size mismatch. Yeah. Almost done with ads. Okay. All right, ads are dead. So for those of you that had ads running during that period, I'd like to pause the stream whenever ads come up so that way nobody misses any content, right? So I do put a timer on the screen to let you guys know how long that's got left. So if you need to like go and you know, get water to hydrate or bio break or whatever, you've got time to do that. Are you actually using the parser after it's created? Maybe this is a work in progress. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, this is something that I just likely just broke, actually. So that is going to be let's see, do we have, oh, it's this right there. Yeah, I don't need to do that anymore. Reading in a file with carriage return line feed, new lines. You seem to be on Windows. I am. Yep. Yeah, and actually, you're right. That would explain the size difference. Because there's enough carriage return line feeds here. That's probably exactly what it is. In fact, 77 lines. And that was about the difference in file size. So, yeah, that's probably exactly what it is. Am I right? When you initialize a free list, you require total size memory only for free list nodes. You require x2 of your total memory. Is it too wasteful? 1G of 2G will only be used for nodes. It depends on what you're doing, right? And whether you really need that structure. Yeah, it fully depends on what you're doing. And there are various memory packing techniques that you can use to knock that number down a little bit. Sleepy Mushroom, hello. Good to see you. You think most have blockers. I'm not sure what that's a reference to. KSN is just the cooler JSON. Kinda. It has some different syntax rules. But yeah, more or less, right? Oh, ad block. Yeah, fair enough. Cooler JSON with a with a K. Yeah, that's exactly what it stands for. All right, so let's debug. And I'm actually gonna do a breakpoint there. So I'll pull this down here, trigger a load. All right, so we create the parser, and then we tokenize it. So the tokenization works. And our tokens look like they're created. Okay, so that should be fine. And then we have out tree. So this, I think, is where it failed before. So we set up a stack, initialize some variables, out tree root. Okay, so out tree root. Let me actually move this over here so that we can see a little bit more clearly. In fact, I'm actually going to get rid of some of these watches. So what is the... I guess we didn't... Did we not zero that out? Okay. Why can we not set that? That's very strange. Let me think about this for a second. So we're passing this in here. Why is that saying it's coming from mesh destroy? That doesn't make any sense at all. That makes absolutely no sense, actually. Was this actually being called? I don't think I set this up to run on a different thread. So we'll do... Actually, we need the scene loader. This should be on the main thread, so I don't see that as being a problem. We are passing source... Oh. I mean... Okay. Let me do this. Let me switch back to this guy for a second. I want line 62. So let's actually just do this to zero that out, right? Just in case that happens to be foobarring something, because I think it actually is. Doesn't like the fact that it's... I think that might be what's happening. So I'll run this. I'm going to move this breakpoint down to here, I think is where it was pooping itself. So out tree. Or is it the parser that it can't read? I don't think so. In fact, I'm going to skip some of this stuff and go down to here. What am I missing? Why can it not write to that? This is just a pointer to the tree that we pass in, right? We know it's there. It's created here, it's passed in there. Like, I don't see anything here that looks wrong. Interesting. Am I doing something stupid before it? Oh, wait a minute. Well, we're doing... That's only if we have an empty string, which we don't. So this is not going to be an issue. Help me understand this. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. Appreciate that. KON, kohi, object notation might be a more appropriate extension rather than KSN. So KSN really just means kohi scene, right? It's of the type, or it's like of the format of KSN, but it's a scene file, right? If that makes sense. That's the only reason I named it that. I mean, I could theoretically change the extension to whatever I want, right? We did used to have a dedicated format just for scenes before, which is why we had a different extension. But yeah, well, Wiggler, hello. Good to see you. Kohi scene does make sense. Thanks for answering. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that was kind of where that came from. Oh yeah, this mismatch, right? So we have 2085 versus, yeah, that's got to be the new line / carriage return difference. In fact, that's exactly 77 different. 78 different. Anyway, so I don't understand why are we seg faulting here? I'm not quite understanding. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. That's over on the YouTube side. Appreciate that very much. Let's see. I don't understand why I'm not able to write to this. Is this getting mangled somehow? It shouldn't be. But what's also alarming is this. The stack trace just doesn't make any sense to me. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to clean everything and completely rebuild, just to make sure that there's not something going on as a cause of that. I don't think that's it, but we can eliminate it at least. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. All right, let's run this again. Trigger a load. So our main thread now shows us this, right? So we load this. When we step into this guy, that seems fine. Then we do a parser create. That seems fine too. Then we tokenize the source. And at that point, it foo-bars. So what is going on in here that is screwing with this? That's very bizarre. I'm going to restart this again. And we're going to step into this. And let's see, I don't think we're doing... So tokens doesn't have anything in it at the moment. This is just a bunch of initialization. We can skip that. And then this is basically where we go through and we do all of our tokenization, which has been working. And I haven't changed this code in a while, so I don't know. That's very bizarre that it like kills the stack like that. Very bizarre. I must be clobbering something somewhere. So we've got a bunch of tokens. I guess let's take a look at the tokens array, right? I don't remember how many tokens were actually in this file. We did know at one point. But let's say 1,000. That may not be enough, or it may be too much. I don't completely remember. So we basically have this array of tokens. It's generated off the file that it reads. And I essentially just need to look for one that says end of file. Okay, here's a bunch of unknowns. Unknown, unknown, unknown. Here we go. Okay. So we have 356 tokens. 357 tokens, rather. Well, I guess it's 358, right? Because it's zero indexed. So we are parsing everything up to the end of file token. And because of this, I'm guessing we have 512 slots. Just looking at the memory, I think that's going to be exactly what it is. Yep. Index 511. Okay, so we're not like going outside of, like, this is where our D array ends, is at this block of memory right here. So I don't immediately see anything there that seems wrong. So I guess I can reduce this to 512, and then can return true out of this one, and out tree. Is that the address that it was in before? Yeah, this is bizarre what it's doing here. Have you ever tried generating triangles from text-based input based on a system font file that you can directly execute the font on the graphics API? I assume your engine works with bitmaps or other method of generating a bitmap on the fly. So the way that I do it is I have two types of fonts, right? I have bitmap fonts, but I also have what I call system fonts. And the system fonts essentially keep an atlas with generated code points. So it generates code points on the fly as they're used. So it generates all of the first 128 ASCII characters by default. Well, not all of them, like the printable ones out of that range, right? So, your A to Z, your numbers, your symbols, your stuff like that. It generates those automatically. And then anything that's like a UTF-8 type of symbol or anything like that, any of those extra kind of code points, anytime I have a control that's using it, I have a validation routine that runs through, and it says, here's a list of code points we need to support for this string. Do we have all of the entries in our atlas for all of those code points? If we don't, we add additional ones to that, and then we'll have them for future use. So we are generating an image on the fly, and just holding that in texture memory. And then we do lookups into that based off of, UVs that we save. So yeah, we do all that stuff on the fly. Did I null terminate the file content string at the right point? Maybe you don't require that. I think I did. I mean, it should technically happen automatically. So you're talking about the, where is it? The buffer, the file content buffer here. So our kallocate routine it reaches into a dynamic allocator that we have written, a custom allocator. And that's basically just a large arena of memory. That's why we have these tags and stuff. And so what it does is it reaches in there, grabs this amount of memory, and then automatically zeroes out that memory. So by the time we get it, this is completely zeroed out. So when we read all text into that, which we've already determined that this is more than big enough, it's automatically zero terminated because we just read all of the text into there, and then any data that comes after the text that we read in is all zeros, so it's automatically terminated. So I don't think that that's the issue. Yeah, so Eternal, that's our system fonts are true type fonts, right? But yes, we do support those. I don't have SDF rendering or signed distance field rendering yet, but that's simply an enhancement on top of what we've already built. So I suppose I could, like for example, if I run this, we have two different text controls here. So this one is actually a monospace bitmap font, right? So we use this just because it's faster to actually use this. It's got a very limited character set, right? So we use that for sort of our debug information down here at the bottom. And then this one over here is what I call a system font. And that one actually uses a font that we load in. We load in the fonts file. We give it a size, and we generate glyphs at that size. So you can see here we've got various Japanese characters and a Korean character there. And so they both technically support UTF-8. Our bitmap font is just going to put question marks everywhere because it doesn't have something to actually use for these characters. But this font does. It's the Noto Sans CJK font. So it has Chinese, Japanese, and Korean characters in it in that case. And we're able to extract the UTF-8 code points from the character array that we have. And we don't have to use like wide characters or anything like that. We can just look at the actual data itself and extract those code points from it. Are you allocating file size plus 1 bytes based on the mismatched file size? Yes, but the mismatched file size is actually bigger, right? So we have file size first, then bytes. So file size is 2085 versus the bytes is 2008, right? So we're only using 2008 of these 2085 bytes that we've actually allocated, and the rest of it's zeros, right? So that shouldn't be an issue. Is the font implementation in the VODs? Yeah, it's on the YouTube channel. Yep. Yeah, we actually went into how we create that and everything. So yeah, it's all there. I can't tell you exactly where this in the series it was that we made it because it's been a while. but it's definitely in there. Yeah, we do bitmap fonts, then we do system fonts, and then we do like a UI text object that uses both of those things. And we've refactored it a few times since then, but the basic idea is there. So for something commonplace, it's a bit crazy how complex fonts can get, especially for non-ASCII alphabets. You betcha. Yep. It gets crazy quick. Okay. So let me think about this for a second. So we do the from string here. The from string is fine until we actually do this tokenize. So I think somewhere along the lines we're just clobbering something in here. So let's take a look at our address of parser. Okay, so parser itself has null file content, which makes sense. We haven't set that yet. And then has an empty array of tokens. And then out tree boy, those are really close together, aren't they? Parser. Let me think about this for a second. So is this a situation where we're using pointers to something that gets reallocated? Is what I'm wondering. So the tree itself should never get reallocated, right? Because all it really contains is a single root object. So I don't think it's that. Okay, so let's do... Will this actually let me copy... I don't want to copy the value, I want to copy the address. It's not going to let me do that, is it? All right. I guess what I'll use the debug console then, because I think I can copy from that. So let's say out tree. I want to see if anything in this gets clobbered, right? So I'm gonna watch this, and I'm going to cast this to a case and tree. Right, so we're going to watch that actual address in memory. And then I'm basically just going to just go through the tokenize until this changes. Kohi 73, 74, and 75 for bitmap fonts. All for the font system. Okay, that sounds about right, which is, yeah, quite a while ago, considering we're on... what episode is this even? Like 180 something? So, yeah, it was a while ago. Font metrics are a huge pain. Yeah, they can be. Even if you're reading out glyphs using something like FreeType, once you start to get into kerning and hinting, things start to get a little less straightforward. We are handling kerning as well, by the way. Then you start throwing in combining characters. So the only thing that we don't really support is we don't have support for right to left text, which that would be trivial. But we also don't have support for like script type of fonts that have like connections or like special things that connect the characters together, like you would find in Arabic, for example. That does get complicated. I don't have support for that yet. Eventually, I want it, but not yet. Spiro, how's it going, buddy? Thanks for the lurk. Appreciate it. Yeah, you didn't bother with that kind of thing, so you can't say, yeah, that's fair enough. That is a whole other level of complexity, which I do want to tackle at some point, because I do want to support Arabic, right, and fonts like that. Eventually, when we go to localize this stuff, we're going to have support for that kind of thing. So eventually, I'll need to figure it out. But at least for right now, it's not holding us back. Okay, so I'm going to go in here. Actually, I'm going to kill some of these other things. Right, and I'm just going to watch this guy. So, you know what? I'm just going to step through it, because if I skip over any of it, I'm going to miss it. So we're doing this character by character, which kind of sucks, right? What also sucks is we have ads. So we're pausing the stream so that nobody misses content, right? So I know over on the YouTube side, I know things are a little bit different over there, but we do get ads served to us on the Twitch side once every 30 minutes for up to 90 seconds. So we just pause the stream, and then I go ahead and catch up afterwards. Side code, I see what you're doing over there. So yeah, I see that there's chats on both sides, so I'm gonna wait to read most of those until we actually get back from ads. And I'm gonna hydrate, and you guys should as well. Okay. So, ads are almost dead. Almost done. And ads are dead. Cool. So, over on the YouTube side, stars. Yo, is this real? Yes, it's very real. Sometimes seg faults are a symptom of the actual bug. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm clobbering memory somewhere. Frankly, I think that's what's happening. Is I'm going outside the bounds of something I've allocated somewhere. Hey, I love what you're doing with Kohi. Would you maybe be interested in coming on my podcast in the future? I'll tell you what, Philip, if you shoot me a message on Discord, we can talk about it offline. But that sounds like it might be neat to do. So yeah, I will. Yeah, let's connect offline about that. Shoot me a message on Discord, and we'll talk. Tesla Coil, hello, how's it going? Damian Gates, do you have a roadmap? Yes, we do. I'll share that really quickly. We have a to-do file, which is exhaustive. We're fairly exhaustive, right? So this is all the items that, the ones with X's in them are the ones that we've done. The ones that are empty are obviously to do, right? And so we've got a decent list of like engine specific things, renderer specific things, plugins, UI items, editor items, so forth. So yeah, we do have a roadmap. Yep. And it's right on the repo along with everything else. Okay. Ads are still worse than font metrics. Yeah, I agree with that. What are you doing? I'm going to miss the human parser. Yeah, I know, right? Offline in Discord. I guess when I say offline, that's corporate speak for after we're on the call, right? Thinking of this as like a Zoom call, I guess. Which it really isn't, but... Well, I mean, it kind of is and kind of isn't. Off stream is really what I mean. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So, let's go back to the debugger. So I think what's happening is somewhere along the line, I'm like trampling this memory. I think is what's happening. And that's why I'm not able to write to it properly, I think. And I really don't want to. I wonder if I can set. Let me try something real quick. So what is the value of this if I cast it to an int? Or maybe a like a U8 X. Okay. Which I don't even know if that's valid, right? But I guess I could just like watch this block of memory and see if it changes from that. And then break. Can I do... I don't want to tie that to a line though. I wish there was some way to like stop the application if a block of memory changes. Like that's something you should be able to do in a debugger. And I don't think it's possible to do that. Like we should be able to, like the second something is modified, we should be able to say, okay, stop right here, right where we are, put a breakpoint on whatever line just did that thing. And then we should be able to figure it out from there, I would think. Will you send meeting notes after? Right. I mean, my meeting notes, technically speaking, do exist too. Right? My git commits and my my changelog. So technically, yes. Is there a stenographer in the house? That's a good question. I would not consider myself one. Yeah, I know Psycode. I know. Do you know Handmade Hero? Any thoughts? Yes, I'm very familiar with it. Yep. Casey does an awesome job. He's got a pretty good series going there. I haven't kept up with it as of late, but I did watch the very beginning of it. He goes over a lot of really cool stuff. Super valuable resource. In fact, this project is kind of a little bit inspired by that, right? I even put that on the... where is it? I even put that on the main engine webpage, right? Initially inspired by Handmade Hero, right? All right. So I guess I don't really have a reliable way to do this, do I? So I guess what I can do is I'll go to the top of this tokenize. Let's go here. I'll put one breakpoint there at the very beginning, and then I'll also go down to the bottom and put another breakpoint right there. So that means we've stepped out of the loop, right? And let me just see if it changes. Excuse me, if it changes at all there. Right, so if I do this again, so it hasn't changed at this point. So does that mean if I step over this, check what's at that address, it's the same thing. We create a EOF token. Whoa. I think I found the problem. Okay. So, wait a minute. Wait a minute, though. No, this is the start position. And then start position plus 1, which would be 2009. So, actually, no, that's correct. So when we do push token one more time, check this block of memory, and it still hasn't changed. But like this changed. I don't understand what's going on with this debugger. How is it even possible that the call stack is getting like modified or clobbered? Like this doesn't make sense to me. Just by stepping into a function, this has suddenly become like completely invalid somehow. So if I step back out of it, right, like it's giving me image resource loader create, which is like not even remotely anything we're doing here. Let me look and see what's in source real quick. So let's change this to 2010 characters. A little bit more. All right, so here is, if I shrink this a little bit, actually, if we go to the end of the file, right, we have closing one of these, new line, closing one of these, and then like end of file, right? So we should have closing one of these, new line, closing one of these, another new line, and then the end of the file. Why do we have... Why is that saying we have a new line here? There is no new line there. That's a little bit strange. Let me open up. Let's see. Let me close all of these other files. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to open this up in a different editor to like visualize. Let's see. So we want... assets. And then scenes, and then a KSN file. All right, so we have, if I blow this up a little bit, go all the way to the bottom. Oh, we do actually have a carriage return line feed here. And then the end of line. Okay. So I guess Vim just isn't displaying that correctly. Okay. All right. So I'm not going nuts. Okay. So it looks like this is mostly correct. What was the file size? Yeah, and see, I can't even... That's the problem, right? Whatever is causing this is going to be the issue. Welp. Yeah, exactly. So let me think what... I guess this is really what I need to watch. Right, so if we go into this guy and we go to tokenize, as soon as we step in here, it's not an issue, right? This all still exists. Right, this is all of our initialization. None of that triggers anything. Okay, I'm not going to sit there and step through that. Let's just move on. All right. So at what point, I guess let's do breakpoints near all of these things where we push tokens. One of these is like completely foobarring stuff. So we need that one, that one. This is kind of tedious, unfortunately. This was not the reason I created a longer stream tonight. But sometimes this is the reality of deving stuff like this, right? Is you run into situations where you have to go down the rabbit hole to actually figure something out. And sometimes your progress gets hampered by it. Okay. So I guess we basically just continue through this until we see this disappear, which is not great. We have a lot of tokens. But I don't know which one is actually corrupting the stack, which is the problem. So I need to know exactly what's happening in order to fix it. Let's see. Missed a breakpoint on line 304. Did I? Oh, yep, you're right. Another 40 viewer bomb. People be learning. Heck yeah. Yeah, it's awesome. By the way, if any of you guys happen to see anything that I am not seeing, feel free to speak up, right? How far are we into this? 10%. I'm just going to hold this for a bit. And just like do sections of it at a time. All right. I think I'm just going to keep stepping until I see this disappear. Clearly something in our tokenization process is clobbering memory somewhere. And I should say, when I was testing this code, I did it from the context of a unit test. And it ran just fine there. So I'm not 100% sure where the difference is between that and this. Can you set breakpoint conditions? If you have an idea where it's blowing up, you could break once C is at a certain value, and that's what I don't know, right? I don't know how far into this it's blowing up. I do know by the end of the loop, by the time I get to the end of the file, it's already blown up. So it's got to be happening somewhere partway through. Binary search on C. About a third of the way through the file now. Probably don't need all of these breakpoints, realistically. In fact, I'm going to do one better. Instead of having all of these, I'm going to put a breakpoint here. Right? So that way I can move forward a little bit faster. All right, so we're a decent portion of the way through the file now. It's about 2,000 characters, so. Yeah, I mean, I could, I suppose, do that, right? I was trying to be a little bit... we'll do C. What do I want to do? $1,004. I mean, that's... Yeah, I suppose I could just keep relaunching it, right? All right, well, that was obviously too late. How did it not catch? Wait a minute. Oh, because I nuked my other breakpoint at the end of the... Dang it. I nuked my other breakpoint at the... at the end of this function. Right there. Right, and so... I have to relaunch that. All right, so 0. Now we have 1,004, and it's still not foobar. So let's do, you know what? Let's actually change this. Let's do 1,003. So it stops like right before the end. Already nuked by that point. Okay, so let's try something smaller, like let's do, I don't know, 251. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate that. All right, so we'll load this up again. How far are we? So we're getting most of the way through the file. Okay. So that was like 1700 something. So maybe we should do let's just do C is equal to, I don't know, 1800. And then just step through from there, right? Great, so it hasn't been corrupted there. Okay, now it is. You're kidding me, on the next character it did it? I couldn't have been that lucky, I'm guessing. So push current token. Push the new line token. That right there is doing it. Okay, why? So 1800 plus advance, which is just 1. So we're only pushing a token with one character in it. And it's causing us to completely corrupt the stack. So I guess let me look at push token. Seems to be what's doing it. So we do a populate token content. We do a string mid off of that. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy both of these things. And replace this with that. I'm just going to do this in line, right? So instead of the push token, right? I'm going to do this. I'm also going to create a shortcut here. I'll just say token, or case and token. T equals new line token. Because that was sort of getting renamed to T in the process. So we do that and then populate token. Get rid of this. Populate token is this bit. So I'm going to put that here. Let's get rid of these. Okay. Oops. So I'm not sure if maybe this is causing a realloc or something that's doing it. Or maybe if it's this, maybe this range is like foobar. I'm not sure. But then the other thing is I can take, so C equals 1800. So I'll put another breakpoint here. And I can disable this one. And now I should be able to essentially go right to the case that is causing the failure. So in this case, the new line token is not of an unknown type. We set up a buffer that's 512 characters long. That makes sense. Token end is 1801. token start is 1800, so that should give us 1 here. And so we write into buffer from source at that position. So our buffer here is 0, right? So we basically should just wind up with a new line. Okay, that makes sense. And then T content, token content, is going to have the string duplicate buffer, which is only a debug thing. So that doesn't do it. It's got to be this darray push then. So we go into that. We get the header here. Well, that ain't right. Ads. It's a big boy. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we just are pausing the stream while ads come up so that nobody misses anything. Over on the YouTube side, I know ads work a little bit differently for you guys, but ooh, that's an interesting idea. Okay, yeah, I see that there's a few things here over on the YouTube side that I need to read. So I'm going to read that in just a second as soon as we finish up with ads. There's actually some really valid points over there. Almost done with ads. Okay, cool. Ads are dead. So, couple of quick chat items. Diamond, good to see you, by the way. Early stream, 2 hours already. Yeah, exactly. We started early today. This is a good learning opportunity for the person that asked earlier, should I roll my own data structures? You can, but using off-the-shelf libraries hopefully saves you from this kind of thing. Especially if the data structure is more complicated than this dynamic array. Yes, but also when you're dealing with raw memory, even if you are using one of those things, there's not always guards against it, even then. But yeah, it is a valid point, right? These are some of the things that you run into when you have to roll this stuff on your own, for sure. Okay, so over on the YouTube side, Gnarly Quack says, is Kaysen your replacement for JSON that will similarly eat the world? More or less, right? It's kind of our own custom format. If you're writing out of memory, you are borking the call stack. That's exactly what's happening. I'm just trying to find where. I'm going to get a lot done today. 6 hours of debugging later. Yeah, exactly. Hate when that happens, but it is what it is. Edgar, what do you mean by change source? So here's a really good point and something that I might actually look into. So Supergem over on the YouTube side says, hey, have you ever thought about using the YouTube API to pull transcripts from your videos/streams and make a site that makes it easily transversable by topic? Handmade Hero Guide does this. I thought that there was somebody that did that manually over on the Handmade Hero side. I thought there was somebody that literally sat there and like painstakingly split that up. I could be wrong about that, but if I could use the YouTube API as like a shortcut, that might be awesome. It's an awesome educational resource and totally worth it in the future. Not now, if not now. Yeah. That might be useful though. What you're doing here is amazing. Thank you for providing educational resources. The world needs more people like you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm just trying to make the thing that I wish I had when I was learning how to make this stuff, right? Including all of the screw-ups and or debugging sessions, right? Because I think it's really important to understand how to troubleshoot this stuff. I'm overwriting my array somewhere in my array header somewhere earlier. Yep, that's exactly what's happening, because this is rubbish. So I'm clearly clobbering it somewhere else. As part of the debugging, but you already found the character. But I already found the character. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, yeah. Let's see. Reaper's Real MSRP. I like the name, by the way. First time chat, welcome. I'm doing well. How about you? Whisper output is apparently more accurate than YouTube automatic subtitles. Really? Okay. That's interesting to know. Any chance you know a site I can figure out the TM, W date, etc.? Not off the top of my head, no. Anybody watching, this is top tier educational content. You're watching Legend. Spiro, I appreciate that. You're a legend, sir. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Reaper. Appreciate that. 2, I'm looking into the YouTube API and see if I can figure it out, and I'll hook you up, because I was on this today. Oh, that would be awesome. 3, back to lurk. I appreciate that, Spiro. Yeah, that's really a unique idea, for sure. Okay. So, if we're clobbering this memory, chances are we're clobbering other memory elsewhere. So, our parser tokens, let's see. Our parser tokens, this is just a flat array of tokens. It's really weird that it's corrupting the call stack, though. That's the super weird part about that. I guess because it just kind of comes at this point in the stack and it's like blowing out the memory, right? That's got to be it. Oh, wrong context. Because this is obviously... that's obviously not our capacity or our length. So if I go to parser tokens, and we just set this to, I don't know, what was the number? It was like 512 or something like that. At the right time. Wait. What? Oh, I expanded the wrong thing. Okay. Yep. So it's already been clobbered. Because what's in here is not right at all. So this is interesting, though, because what we were seeing before is parser tokens wasn't actually corrupted. But now it is. Seemingly because we changed the code here. Because this worked before we made the change from this to this. It went all the way through and finished parsing until that was done. So now I'm kind of wondering, is it an issue of the way we have our macro set up? And there's just something in there that's happening that I'm not aware of? Singy, hello. How's it going? Okay. So I guess I guess what we could do is instead of like using macros here, because maybe there's something that's just done wrong in this that I'm not seeing. So maybe instead of doing macros, we just convert these to, you know, static functions and roll that way instead. Right, so let's move this over. And let's go into tokenize. And I'm going to leave these things named the same, but obviously they're going to have to pass in some data. So instead of a define, I'm going to say static void. And it's going to have to take in a KSIN token. And we're going to take a pointer. So we're going to say current token. Right. And delete that. Spiro, thank you for the 10 gifted community subs, man. I really appreciate that support. That means a lot. Thank you very much for that. Coffee Lava got a sub. Nice. Awesome. Coffee Lava spotted. Yep. You must be lurking. Yeah, I really appreciate that, Spiro. Thank you very much. So, yeah, what we're going to do here is we're just going to... Oh, Diamond, thank you for the... Thank you also for the 10 gifted community subs. I really appreciate that support. Thank you very, very much. That really means a lot. Thank you. You guys started a hype train, too. What level is it at? It just jumped straight to a level 5 hype train. That's hilarious. Dodged again. Yeah, thank you guys so much for the support there. I really appreciate that. That means a lot. Definitely helps me out. All right, so let's get rid of these and convert these. And we also need mode, right? So we need... Spiro gifted 10 memberships over on the YouTube side. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. That's huge. Thank you very, very much. And hey, you actually just tested to see if my my notification shows up on the screen, and it does, so that's pretty neat. So, yeah, thank you very much for that, Spiro. I really appreciate that support. Thank you. That's definitely, that's huge. It helps me out a lot, so I really appreciate that. Oh, is it going to notify for each? It's going to notify for each person that you gifted a sub to. Yep. That's hysterical. All right. So let's do case and tokenize mode, right? And that's going to be a pointer as well. Thank you for the follow, Jixu. Appreciate that. So we're going to do a dereference on this guy. And this is essentially what we're going to do, right? Instead of just having macros, we're just going to make them functions. That way we can actually debug them. Populate token content. I'm going to do the same thing. So that's going to be static void. I think it's still notifying. Yeah, it is. I wonder why it does that. Only on the YouTube side, though. It's very strange. Okay. So we have KSIN token. And we're going to take a pointer to that as well. Which means we need to also get the source. Oh, okay, I think the notifications are still catching up. Okay, so we're going to take the source, we're going to load that into the test content, right, the populate token content, which this is a debug thing, so when I'm in the debugger I can see what the contents of the actual token are, which is why it's surrounded in ifdef for debugging, right? So we have that, and then we have one more of these. All right, so any places where these are used, obviously it's going to have to, well, let me think about this. How are we going to do, I'll handle the debug aspect of it in a minute. I'm just going to comment that out for right now. Bearded Superhero, appreciate the follow there, thank you. Recently, someone gifted 50 subs on Cherno Streamed, and it also notified for every single one of them. That's hilarious. It's super funny that it does that. When do you decide if something needs to be static, force, inline, just versus just a plain static? So in this case, I'm doing static because we're in the compilation unit, the C file, right? And I don't need access to this anywhere else, so the static here is just to keep it private to this compilation unit. As far as when to do it inline, I usually don't do inlines except for things that are very small, like vector operations and stuff like that. Because usually those quick things are much faster to do inline. Something like this that kind of does all this allocation stuff, I wouldn't really want this to be inline. It all depends on how much the function's actually doing, more or less. Let's see. Does the original string need to stay alive after string duplicates? So yeah, it basically is a STD or STR dupe, right? This is just a kohi implementation of that. So I'm not disposing of this anywhere. But I don't care because it's only going to be done in debug builds, right? This is purely a debugging tool, which is why I don't worry about the lifespan of it. Ordinarily, that's not obviously the best thing to do, but in this case, it's fine. And I will be hooking this ifdef back up in a second. I just kind of want to get this working. So I need... So we need a KSIN token. We need a pointer to that, and then we also need KSIN parser. Right, parser. And we're going to change this to static void. Get rid of all of these escapes here. Okay. And then we need to convert this to an arrow operator. And then populate token content needs the source. So that means this is also going to need... Oh, you know what? I think I can do... Whoops. I can also do, what is it, file content. Right, so I can just use that. And then push current token is just a define, or like a shortcut for push token. So I think what we'll do here is How do I want to do this? This, I guess, is fine to leave as... But we do have to pass the parser, right? So we'll say parser, and then we'll pass parser here. I think this one is probably fine, because it should just give us this. Okay. I think that's all we need to do. You asked because the original one is going out of scope. Oh, okay. So you're talking about you're wondering if because of this is going out of scope, if that's an issue? No, because string duplicate allocates new memory under the hood, and then does a string copy of whatever's into this into the new buffer, and then returns that new buffer, right? So it's newly allocated memory. So the fact that, and that's why we're actually doing string duplicate here instead of using the buffer. Yeah. Populate token content. Can you throw an assert? Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea, right? So throw an assert that the token end minus the token start is less than the buffer length. Based on the call to string mid, it doesn't look like it takes a buffer length, so it seems like you could be overwriting that buffer. Yeah, that's entirely possible. So, well, I guess it would be an assert of... It would technically have to be... Technically, t end should be what we assert against the buffer length, right? And then we could also assert that t start is less than t end. But really all we need to do is to check t end, is what I'm thinking. Because that's the end of the token, right? So it shouldn't be beyond the length of source. Or the length of... Well, okay, so you're saying if we have a buffer... or a you're saying if the token winds up being outside of this length is what you're saying we should assert. Yeah, I think I got what you're saying. Do we have? We do. Let's do kassert message, and we'll do t end is less than 512. Right, and then we'll do token won't fit in buffer, I guess. I think that's more or less what you're getting at. T end and T start is calculating length, correct? Yes. So we could also assert that, right? So kassert message. The expression is going to be T start is less than or equal to T end. And then here we'll just say for the message start or token start is or we'll say comes after token end Yadingus. So I suppose it's possible that that's an issue somewhere. Now I know this is basically going to be broken in a lot of places, so I'm going to have to do, in this case, push current token needs the parser. What is this bleating about now? So push current token. Oh, did I not? I might not have done that right, actually. No, it should be... Oh. Push token actually takes a pointer now, so that has to be the address of current token. Okay. Reset current token and mode. So that is going to be a pointer to the current token and a pointer to the mode. So we'll say address, current token, and then address of mode. So reset current. Basically just gonna replace these one at a time. Next. 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 There's quite a few of these in here. How many more of these things? Okay, I think just one or two more. Okay, I think that's all of those. And then push current token. I'm actually going to do a find and replace on this one because this one's a little bit easier to type out. So we'll do push. Wait a minute, did I started with the wrong character there? So push current token, and we're going to replace that with push current token parser, and we'll do this globally. All right. So that's that. The only other thing I have to do is push token. What else does this require? Push token requires the token and then parser added. And it's named different things, different places. So I'm going to have to do this one manually, unfortunately. But it's not going to be that bad. Let's see. Let's start here at the top. So we'll do push token and then the address of parser. Oh, and this needs to be Okay. I'm gonna do that as in a separate pass. So push token. And we should be able to repeat that. Okay, and Okay. So the next thing I'm going to have to do is ads. So we've got about a minute left on ads, and then we should be good to continue. Almost done with ads. 10 seconds left. All right, cool. I just realized that I didn't need to be passing the address of Parser everywhere. I just need to pass Parser. Okay, so push token needs to just have one of those tacked after it, right? So we should just be able to sort of slam through these really quickly. Yes, I know I'm using the mouse, but it's a little faster in this case because I'm a noob. So we got that, we got that. And this last one. And then I guess what I can do is search for ampersand parser and ending with a parenthesis and replace it with parser ending with a parenthesis. Do that globally. Okay, so we've done that in a couple places. We didn't want to do that, but that's fine. So we just need to parse that or pass this around in a couple places. Okay, I think we're sort of done with our little refactor here. So at least now, maybe it'll make this a little bit easier to debug. Maybe. Inline for those types of small functions is almost always preferable. It can be beneficial for iCache in most situations, and also prevent unnecessary stack frame overhead. Yes. But for very, very, very small things, right? So like a single line vector addition or something like that, right? You really want to limit what you're doing there because it does balloon the size of your program. That's the downside. Inline is a performance no-op on modern compilers. Compilers will inline regardless if they think it's beneficial on high enough optimization level, and heuristics usually reasonably good. Yeah. And generally, though, I would think if you use force inline, it should actually listen to it, but it's up to the compiler to like not do that. Regular inline is a hint. Yeah. Regular inline, though, I think most of the time is largely ignored. Force inline supposedly isn't. But the only way to truly know is to, build it out and examine the assembly. All right. So let's see if this does anything stupid now. Ooh. I think I got my sign wrong. Oh, you know what? Yeah. I completely borked that. Hold on. This should be... Oh, I see what you mean now. So it should be... is greater than. Technically greater than or equal to. 512. Yes. I should be able to just do that. I was like, wait a minute. That doesn't seem right. I don't think I have any tokens that are that long, but it would be good to catch that if we do. Interesting. Okay. So... what? End minus start. Okay. If that's greater than or equal to 512. Oh, I have that backwards. I need to check to make sure that it is less than 512. I'm on a roll tonight making stupid mistakes, that's for sure. Pre-bank 5 is kicking your butt. Yeah, that's why I don't use that. How do you use an arena allocator? That's a bit of a loaded question, right? Because an arena allocator is generally something that you make from scratch. So it depends on the implementation of it. My arena allocator basically just grabs a whole huge block of memory. I think I have it set to 2 gigs right now. And then every time I allocate from that, it gives me a chunk of specified memory out of there. Handles alignment and all that stuff if it's needed. And then updates a free list as to the free blocks of memory within that. But not every arena allocator does all that. So mine actually does take into account memory alignment as well. Okay, so did I get it right this time? I hope. Okay, paused on exception. Why hasn't it? Paused on what exception? It's literally not jumping to the thing. What even is this? Access violation, executing location. Executing location. So that to me means it's trying to call a function that at an address that isn't a function. But I don't even know. I don't know what this. I don't know what this is, and I don't have a call stack. What the heck is going on? Okay, so let's take a step back. We have this breakpoint. Actually, we want to enable that breakpoint. Oh, you know what? It's going to be... Can I move this? Yeah, let me just recreate it. So I'll go up here to... I think we said it was like position 1800. That was the problem before. So let's do that. We'll put a conditional breakpoint in here and then say C equals 1800. I don't know if that's still going to be the part that breaks it or not, but let's find out. Paused on exception. So nope would be the answer to that. Let's try something. Let's go back to this. Okay, so at least our first iteration of that is good. Marcelo Mata, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. No assertions are hitting. Yep, they're not. So it's got to be something else. Got to be something else. So right now, okay, so that's the first one. Second one is fine. Third, okay. So that would have been after position 750. So let's do 751. No, it's before that, I think. Let's edit this guy again. Let's just do 651. Okay. And then I guess let's just do C equals 700. Okay, so it's between 651 and 700. So I guess we do 675. This is really annoying. It's not very often that you run into issues with... Okay, well, that's clearly too far. It's not very often that you run into issues with things clobbering your call stack. All right, so 665. D-Revested, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Let's see. So is the Kohi episode 7 memory subsystem code outdated, not used? I wouldn't say necessarily outdated. We kind of build on top of that, right? So yes, it's been updated a lot since then. But if you're following along in the series, you definitely want to like keep following along because we do cover that update in the series. We touch on the memory system a couple times, actually. Paused on exception again. Boy, we must have been like right on top of it before. Okay. So apparently I'm going to set this back to 650. How is that paused on exception now? Didn't that work before? I thought. Unless I'm just losing my mind. Okay, so 350 was fine. $450 is fine. $550 is fine. $560 is fine. $570 is fine. Okay, try this a couple more times. Was 600 fine? I don't think it was, but yeah, I guess it was. Okay, so maybe 650 was just too far. Okay, so somewhere between 600 and 610. All right. So let's go back to 600. All right, and I want to take a look at, yeah, these tokens are already corrupted at this point. Call stack isn't yet, but these tokens are crap. Okay. So let me go back to 300. LTO, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Appreciate the support. Thank you very much. So you put the function in a loop for 10 million different matrices. Is that the best way to test this? That's a way to test it, yeah. You just have to make sure that you're being consistent about your optimization level, right? Loops are very strong candidates for inlining because you don't want to pay stack frame for every iteration. Yep. When you said frequently, you meant in many places. Yeah. Yeah, so loops are really good places for it. And again, small functions for sure. So let's relaunch this. Interesting. So we stopped at 300 this time, which hasn't corrupted the call stack, but this is still this is still messed up. Okay. So this is happening somewhere pretty early on. Paused an exception where? What did I put here for this? I stopped at a earlier breakpoint and it's hitting what? Now it's just breaking every time. What is happening here? Right, so C equals 10 should definitely be early enough in the character loop. And now all of a sudden it's not. Okay. Let's disable this entirely. And put a breakpoint in here from the very beginning. So I wonder So parser tokens. Let's take a look at the header for that, right? So we're going to say we're going to take this. We're going to take parser tokens. We're going to cast that to a U8 pointer. We're going to take that result and move it back by, I wonder if I can do this here. Size of DArray header. Can I do that in line? I can. Okay. So this is essentially what the DArray is doing in order to give us our header information, right? So we can keep an eye on this as we go through it to see what the heck is happening here. Okay, so we push the current token. So the current type is unknown, so we actually don't do anything there. That makes sense, okay? Reset current token and mode. That should be fine. All right, so the first thing we have in there is a comment, so we're going to skip that. The next thing that we're going to run into is the new line. So we're going to push the current token, which should be a unknown type still. So that makes sense. We don't actually push that. Then we're going to create a new line token. Oh, wait a minute. I'm still doing this twice, aren't I? Hold on. I forgot about that. Forgot to remove my debug code. I don't need this in line anymore. Each thread has its own stack frame usually, but that doesn't mean one can't affect the other. Yeah. I don't think it's that though, because I'm not, I haven't had issues with that. And we haven't changed the process of anything that works on a different thread in ages. So I don't think it's that. Do you have a flag to put kohi in single threaded mode? I don't, but that's not a bad idea. You know what, actually, I'm going to put that in here as an enhancement. So let me do that is a good call. Okay, so we built unless your overflow is invading some memory location on the arena that belongs to another thread. Yeah, I don't think that's happening either, though. Because I think if that were happening, our results would be different every single time, and it's been pretty consistent up until now. Okay, so the thing that I want to do is this is where we hit the comment, so I'm going to skip that. And then push current token is going to get skipped because the current token is a unknown type, so we don't push that one. But then we do create a new line token and push that. So the type here should be new line. Start and end. That makes sense. So we need to populate the content of that. All right, so we've done that. That has not affected this. You know what? I should probably... Instead of using this context-sensitive parser tokens thing, let's actually grab... Let's grab the address of that, right? So we're going to just grab... Why can I not... Okay. Does it really not let me... Does not let me copy the... Oh, that's really annoying. Okay. It's not going to let me copy the address, and I don't want to type in that by hand. All right. How did I do that before? I don't remember. Whatever. Okay, so when we do a darray push, that's increased the length, but it didn't break. It didn't... Oh, wait a minute, though. So it says it pushed it into the parser tokens array, right? But, like, look at the value that's here. If that's true, this should be, like, a valid value, and it is not, decidedly. So what the heck did it push it to? Oh, I see what I did wrong. Oh, what a dingus. I see it. I see it. I forgot. And I know why we broke it now. This push token was just taking the token itself, and now we're taking a pointer to that thing, but we're actually pushing the pointer into the array, not the value of the pointer. We need to dereference this guy. That's annoying. Just Windows things. Yeah. More quality Microsoft software. Exactly. All right. All right. So let's try this one more time. So we push the token. So we populate the token, we push into that, and hey, look, we have valid data now. Because I'm not being a dingus anymore. Okay. So, we reset the token in mode. So let's actually let's put a breakpoint on push token. And every time we push token, we're going to see if this messes up. Let's get rid of this. And I guess actually we should probably put a breakpoint there. All right, so now we're going to push a second one into that. Okay, so that looks good. This is just, I can get rid of that one too. Okay, and we can see when this realloc happens too, because this is moving in memory, which is fine. But what we want to see is when this gets corrupted. Which I'm wondering if the whole time has been a problem where I was like passing the address of something instead of the actual thing. Right, so that got reallocated again. Shouldn't happen until we hit 64 now. There it goes. Ads. If you have a suspicion that something somewhere overwrites memory, try adding red zone and assert that every so often for debugging and or deallocation. So we've got about half the time left on ads. Watch windows are for watching only, no copy, no watch. That's hilarious. All right, so I'm just going to kind of keep adding these tokens and kind of just watch both of these guys to see when it foo-bars. I don't remember how many tokens we had. I think it was 300 or 400, right? So we're not going to have that many more reallocs of our D array. Oh, there it went. It was like 190 something. Okay. All right, so what I can do is I'm going to change this to a conditional breakpoint, and I'm going to say D-array length parser tokens equals 190. Maybe we'll say greater than or equals 190. And oh, did it just flat out shut down on me? Okay, that seems fine. All right. This expression has side effects and will not be evaluated. Oh, that's useful. Thanks for that. Okay, I guess I'm going to do this. And let's see, we want to convert this to, oops, I guess, did I not get the D-array header? Apparently not. Oops, 190. Length. Expected a class struct or union type. But I gave you a struct. Is it seriously not going to do the thing? It's just going to... Why can't a debugger just kind of do the thing that I'm asking it to do? I'm giving you the type information. Like, do I need to do this? Right? It should just say, hey, if the header length is greater than or equal to 190, like, that should work. Apparently not. Yeah, I tried adding parentheses too. Like, it should be... Maybe it doesn't like size of. That could be. Yeah, I could just do that, I suppose. You might be right about that. Maybe it needs another set of parentheses around this. Seems excessive. Works in the debug, or the watch window, though. And even, I'll bet, like, even if I go down here, it works in the debug console, it works in the watch window, but it can't work here for some reason. Help me understand this. Yeah, write the code inside and breakpoint it. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to avoid doing that so I don't have to rebuild it every time, but apparently it's not going to let me do that. Maybe because it doesn't know what a DArray header is at this point. Even though this is capable of figuring it out. Fine, we'll put it here. We'll make it public. All right, I'll do info instead. And then we'll put a breakpoint here and get rid of that one. Struct DArray header. Yeah, but if I say struct DArray header, then it's not going to know how to decompose that type. DArray is a funny name in Spanish. Okay, you've triggered my curiosity. What does it mean in Spanish? And I will either read it or not, depending on what it is. Why has it moved? Why did it move my breakpoint? Unknown type name. Oh. It's not the word itself, but the pronunciation is similar. Okay. Portuguese as well? Okay, now I'm really curious. It sounds like diarrhea. That's pretty funny. I mean, if you don't treat your DRA right, it basically diarrhea is all over your code, apparently. So there's that. So is it wrong? I don't know. All right. So 190. So if we push to this, 191 is fine. $192. What did it change that address to? Okay, so reallocate on 192. Okay. But it still looks like it's valid here. Okay. So I'm going to bet this next one is probably where it's going to fail. Or not. Okay, so 193. 194. 195. 190. Okay, so after 195. So whatever it does after this is clearly what's messing it up. It didn't even get to that point, actually. 194. I'm wondering if I just have like a bad token in here or something. Okay, so 194. Maybe it was on 195 getting pushed. That was the issue. So that caused a realloc, but our header still looks fine. So let's step through. So that was the current token. Now we're pushing a new token. Advances 1. C is position 1090. Okay. So we go to push this one. Bracket close. Okay, so we populate the token content. What? I didn't even step over that. I tried to step into it. So the token passed in seems fine. We are resetting current token in mode. Wait, no. This is where we're executing. So close bracket token is what's being pushed into there. Yep, that makes sense. Okay, it takes a single character of memory, but parser here is foobar. make that make sense. Parser isn't null. It's just rubbish, right? It has an address. Just realized the music died there. Okay, so let me restart this one more time. So, oh, get rid of that. All right, so when we do this array push to parser tokens, parser is fine at this point, right? It's until we go back to this, until we exit that. What? Until we exit that scope, parser is fine. As soon as we exit that scope, it's not. That makes 0 sense. 0. Yeah, 194 seems to be mangling it. Well, sort of. So parser tokens is fine here, right? We have the, let me think about this for a second. So we have the header looks fine here, right? We have 256 capacity. Length is 194. Wait a minute. Why did this reallocate there? It should not have, because it's got a capacity of 256. You should have had plenty of more room to work. All right, so we have a capacity of 256, length of 194. So if length is greater than capacity, which it is not, then this should happen. So we don't do that. Then we re-grab a pointer to the header, just in case we did do, I suppose we could move this inside of here. That's mainly in case we did a reallocation. Is that what's messing it up somehow? No. So we cast the array to a U64 so that we can move it forward, right? So we have array. So we take that header length times header stride to get the offset into the array. Like, this is code that hasn't changed in forever. Right, and then we do kcopy memory. We take that newly calculated address, and that is our target. The header stride is 24, which is the size of one of our tokens, right? So if we step out of here, it's saying the size of this is 24. That's not right. Why is it saying the stride of that is 24? Because the size of a... Let's step back up here. Oh, I guess it is 24. Let me... wait. Oh, right. It's probably treating this as... Okay, so 8. And then 8. Right, so 16 and then 24. Okay, no, I guess that is right. All right. So when we do this, it should be... Okay, that didn't do anything. When we set the length, header size should be 32. Here's the header again. Right, and then we say length as value. The value here is 195. So we set that in the header. And then we return array. I wasn't watching. Did this... Is this highlighted because the actual address changed, or is it highlighted because memory within it changed? I think it's highlighted because memory within it changed, right? Because we had... Let's see, where is it? One... White space token. Right, so it's fine here when we're looking at the header information here for parser tokens. This is fine. But as soon as I leave this scope, it's foobar. Address is the same. I thought so, yeah. I got nothing. There's no reason it should have done that. The only thing I can think of... The only thing I can think of, and I don't see why this would be an issue... is when we do... What is it? Push current token. Right? Like maybe something... Some sort of weird... Maybe something weird is happening here. I don't think so, though. But let's convert this to, I guess. Right. So we'll say case and parser. And it just takes the parser. And then we're also going to have it take... We're going to have to take the... You know what? I'm just going to use push token instead of push current token. I'm just going to remove that. Because the only difference between push token and push current token is what gets passed here. So if we do push current token, open parenthesis, and we replace that with push token, open parenthesis, and then ampersand. I guess we're going to have to escape that. Current token, comma, space, global. Okay. So at least now it kind of all flows through the same code. I can't imagine that that would screw it up, but who knows, right? Maybe something in that macro was just foobar. All right, so let's try this again. All right, I'm going to skip over the darray push this time. So see, this does push into there correctly. Let's see, 195 is how many we have in there. Index 194 is updated. And the token that was passed through is 1074, 1090. Right, so it's just a bunch of white space. So there's nothing crazy about that token. As soon as I exit the scope, it just goes bananas. I may have to use an address sanitizer. What is the actual address of parser inside versus outside of the function? So parser itself is just a pointer that's passed in to the parser. So all I'm doing is just passing that pointer straight into push token. Are lines 76 and 77 in darray C correct? 76 and 77? That may have changed because I moved some stuff around. So for me, it's just basically a blank line in a function definition now. You're looking at an old commit, 71 and 72 on my screen. Yeah, so this and this. Yes, those are correct. So what this is doing is it's taking the... Let me move this in here. I was thinking about doing that before anyway. So what this is doing is it's taking the array, right, and casting it to a U64. And the reason I'm doing that is so that I can safely add to that address, right? So I'm taking the void pointer and converting it to a number, which is a pointer is just nothing but a memory or an address in memory, right? So I'm converting that to a number, and then saying, okay, take that plus the header length, which is how many elements we have, times the header stride, which is the size of each element, right? And I'm adding that to address, right? So it's sort of a safer way to do pointer arithmetic, if you will. And then I take that and I copy it, or I cast it back to a void pointer, right? So it becomes an address again. So that becomes my target within the array block of memory, right? And then I have the value pointer, which is just a pointer to a block of memory, right? Of header stride size. So that should be, but isn't that advancing the head of the pointer? No. Because I'm taking a copy of that pointer, right? Oh, shoot, ads. Be back in a second. I can bat ads away if I happen to see it in time, but I didn't. So, but I can only do that so many times. Also, you mean that 90% of people have ad block? You'd be surprised. I still do get quite. I mean, I still do get a decent chunk of ad revenue. Don't see much sense to pause for 2 minutes, only because there are people that get ads, and I don't want to leave anybody out, right? Plus, it gives me a time to think. It gives anybody who might want it a chance to like run to the fridge and get some water or something. Yeah, an ad block doesn't really work for me on Twitch either. All right. And ads are dead. So, just to track back here. The only reason I can think for something in memory changing after exiting the scope is if they changed the stack frame, which is what I'm thinking must be happening somewhere. Isn't that advancing the head of the pointer? No. So we're taking the array and casting it to U64. We're taking a copy of that, right? And then we're incrementing the copy, not the head of the array. Like, this would have been a huge problem way, way, way before now if that's actually what was happening. I think this is like fallout from something else we're doing. I have a feeling. And then so let me see. You just want a size. So I want the size of the value pointer that's passed in, which we have, which is the header stride. So what are the actual values of parser inside versus outside the function? They should be the same, right? But they're not. Maybe there's something we can tell by looking at the values. Difference is some magic number. One seems to be on the stack and not the other, etc. Yeah, that's a good point. I should look at that. I don't think the address was changing, but it might be. Okay. Shouldn't the resize condition be length plus stride is greater than capacity? No, because capacity is number of elements, not size. Capacity is purely just the number of elements we have space for. That's all it is. I see where you're getting that from, but yeah, no, it's not that. And in fact, so if we take a look at darray resize, where we do the, where is it? What this does internally is called darray create again, right? So it takes our capacity, multiplies it by some resize factor, which for right now is 2, so it just doubles the size. And then we pass through the stride and the allocator if there is one. And if we look at that, what it does is, if we're not using an allocator, which in this case we're not, it does header size times array size, which array size is just length times stride. So it does take into account when we're allocating, but the length and capacity are number of items, not number of bytes. Stride is in bytes, yes. What you're reading in line 68, let me go to line 68. What you're reading is address equals head of the array, scrolled, hang on a second, equals head of the array, line 69, increase address by current length of array, line 70, copy to address. Yes. Wait, by Current length of the array. Yeah, so current length including the size, right? So current number of elements we have times the size of each element. So we're taking the address of the array and moving it forward by that much, and then copying to that as our block of memory target. So length and capacity is in units of elements. Explains the non-strict comparison. Yep, exactly. Thanks Twitch chat for killing the new lines. Yeah, I know, it's super annoying. Length is number of elements currently stored. Capacity is number of elements that fit into the array. Stride is the size in bytes of one element. Correct. But you don't want to copy to the array. Wait. But you don't want to copy to the array, not to address. Let me think about that. You don't want to copy to array, not to address. Right. Yeah, because we're putting it at the end. When we push into the array, we're putting it at the end. We want to copy to array, not address. No, we want to copy to address. Right? We want to offset. So this address is, you can think of this as the offset into the array, right? So this right here is an offset into the array, right? So address is the original array address plus the offset. Yeah, array is the address 0 of the array. Correct. So you need to push the offset of already allocated items to the, yes, exactly. Yeah, so we're pushing to 1 after that. Yeah. No worries. Not a distraction at all. I appreciate the extra pair of eyes, for sure. Extra pairs of eyes, anyway. Okay. So, and like I said, like if this was truly an issue, we would have discovered this a long time before now. So I don't really think the issue is in here. We're just kind of exploring how this works so that we understand it. So I think I am only going to reassign array though, or the header, if we actually perform a realloc. We don't need to be doing it otherwise. Okay, so let's go into this. And load. Oops, I don't need to step into that. So we're going to push this, right? Now, here's our current address, right? Can I actually, I'll go in here to the debug console. And I'll just do parser tokens. So it's in, so this is the address of it now, right? Now I'm going to step out of this function, right? It's foobar. Oh, it won't even give me a address in memory. Interesting. So oh, I guess I should have done parser, not parser tokens. Shoot. Okay, let me try that one more time. All right. So we push onto that. We'll put parser in here. So that's the address of parser, right? Then we'll step out of this and do parser again. I'll be dipped. The address is different. How and why? You think if the error was in the D array, we would have spouted it early on in development? Yeah, way early on, because it's been used all over the place. It is the most used container in the engine. It's used everywhere. So if there was an issue with that, we would have found it. It's something else. You were thinking that was the copy for the resize and didn't realize that it was just a push for a new element. Oh, I gotcha. Okay. Okay, so that's interesting. So Parser somehow got moved. By how much, I wonder? By a lot. Okay, so our parser. Oh, interesting. It's still correct out here, though. If we step one scope out, it's still correct here. Right, because we still have file content, we still have tokens. The first of which is a new line token at start position 11, which is correct. So only the local stack is getting corrupted somehow. But what on earth would cause that to move? So that's parser at that scope. If we step out, the address of parser, oops, it is actually at a different address. So definitely this inner parser has gotten updated somehow. You honestly think the debugger's acting up? Yeah. Run a few hours of mem test. Like, this is really, like, testing my sanity. So, it's not even in the arena. I don't think that's the problem. I'm literally getting stack corruption at this point. Oh, you know what? I just noticed something. I have this funny little icon down in my system tray. Which means Windows updates have partially installed. I wonder if a partially updated Windows install is the cause of this. I literally think it's the computer that's screwing up because I've had weird issues happen mid-Windows update before. I've literally had that happen before. All right, well, here's the cool thing. I am not actually streaming from this machine that you guys are seeing. I am streaming from another machine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to install the damn update. As annoying as that is. So we're going to just update and restart. And see what we get. And I'm going to switch to camera only for a minute while it's doing that thing. And that means I'm not going to be able to see your guys' chat, unfortunately, because I had that pulled up on the desktop. Actually, I can pull it up here. Just go into Stream Manager. Full screen Travis, my dreams came true. You had this weird bug and where Vulkan image swap would take too long sometimes. Updated Windows and it went away. Actually, I've seen that before also with driver updates. It's a thing. It's an annoying thing. Unfortunately, also rebooting means that I'm probably not going to be able to see YouTube chat anymore. I hope the stream is still going, actually. I have no way to be sure. Because the only way, I wonder if, let me see something. So I wonder if I can do, what happens if I hit go live? Does it still remember the thing? I don't know. I guess we'll see. Still working on the updates, by the way. All right. May you post an image link? So it's probably going to delete it if you do. Now you can play I Spy with the shelves. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff up there. And I have some figurines and stuff over there, but unfortunately it's blocked by a light. I have to sort of move stuff around up here. Oh, it did actually work. This is what the YouTube chat looked like when you open the stream. Let me open that. Yeah, because it's not very active on that side tonight. It looks like it stayed alive though, because I can actually see a preview of it. So I think it did actually. I think it's okay. All right. So in theory, oh, it was a major update too. It's one of those times where you update Windows and it says, let's finish setting up your PC, which means that it was a gigantic update. Should be interesting to see what that broke. All right, so... let's finish breaking kohi for you. Yeah. All right, so let me just do... I'm just launching things here. All right, so I should now be able to switch back to... There we go. All right, yeah, it looks like you guys can see what I'm doing. Just finished installing some extra bloatware. Hang tight. Yeah, 100%. I can't wait to switch back to Linux. I just have a couple more things I have to figure out with that are being really annoying, but yeah. You know what? I'm going to clean this now. I'm going to do a full new rebuild. This is one of the reasons I like offloaded streaming onto a different machine, is in case I run into crap like this, I can actually reboot it without the stream going down. Which is nice. Let's see. You GP edit and disable it. Roll forward your own updates. Yeah. The problem is I found that that stuff doesn't even always work. Okay. So here's where we do the push, exit the scope. Still borked. Dang it. I was legitimately hoping that was the issue. And or I was hoping a reboot would take care of it. So our parser is still, like, something's corrupting our stack. I just got to figure out what it is. I think we've done away with all of the macros that we had. At least my system's up to date, I guess. Yeah, exactly. It's been bleating at me about that for a couple of days, and I always hesitate to reboot because I never know what it's actually going to break. Let me actually open up also the... I'm just going to quickly look through this and make sure that there's no, like, dumb stuff in here that I should be not doing. I don't think so, though. I really don't think the file itself is the problem. Nope. Address of current token. Any memory thing is suspect as at this point. Yeah, exactly. So I'm almost thinking, like, maybe I just need to const some of this stuff. That shouldn't really make a difference, though. We don't have, I don't think we have any ifdefs or any macros running other than these asserts. Which there's nothing in here that's really strange, right? So, I mean, I suppose I could disable those. I don't think that's the issue, though. Can you test out parts of the code at a time, or is it all used? So this is all used. Oh, I forgot to kill the application. Yeah, the asserts weren't hitting anyways, exactly. So just to eliminate them from the equation, right? I don't know how to pronounce that, but I appreciate the follow. Thank you. Hello, I'm Chrome, I guess. That looks like Korean. I can read some Japanese. I can't read Korean yet. Yeah, I thought so. It looked like Korean to me. All right. Okay, since I've done away with that. Yeah, still, that's not it. Okay. Out of curiosity, Oh my god. That's what it was the entire time. Oh. My freaking debug data that I'm adding in there has gotten in my way. Well, I'm glad I just spent 4 hours debugging that. All right, so this populate content, token content. So this bit that I was doing here, where I was just adding sort of the debug content with the string duplicate and the, building out the token string so that I could see what was in the token. As soon as I turned that off, it did the thing. It stopped, at least so far, I'll say. So I'm going to go in here and kill the other breakpoints. And let this rip. Okay. All right. Now we are actually a little bit further along. So DRA destroy. Okay. So we've got some issues here destroying the tokens array. Well, we've already destroyed it. So let's actually just let's get to that point again. Okay. So tokens does ooh. Okay, so something is still going. So some weird sort of binaries is still going on there. Okay. Big boy values. Yep, exactly. So we haven't completely figured it out yet. You're going to give this point to the White House folks? Don't give anything to them. They get enough as it is. Buffer overflow and printf stuff. Yeah, I'm wondering if... So why would setting the content pointer... Yeah, so this is really my question. Why would setting the content pointer be changing the pointer for the D array? That's what I'm wondering. And why would it corrupt the stack? So we're hitting the cleanup here. Expected and unknown token found. Wait, unexpected and unknown token found. Where is that coming from? Okay. So we should never have an unknown token. Ever, essentially. And this is... This is when we're actually parsing the tokens that we've got from the previous step. So I'm going to relaunch and see what we're getting that's causing that. Right, so... Oh, I completely missed the ad break, didn't I? Oh well. It is what it is at this point. All right. Oh, this is tokenized. That's too far out. So this is in parse. So current token. Well, isn't that interesting? So current token is the address of Parser tokens subindex, which is 173 at the moment. Yeah, and this got foobar again somehow. So I guess what I need to do is before the parse step, I need to put a breakpoint here and just make sure that the parser token array is actually valid before we do anything else. So let's see, we have parser. I'm gonna have to change this to dot. Okay, so we have new line. Okay, so at this point, they are valid, right? We've completed the tokenize, so we fixed that issue. Right. Okay, and then we have 358 is an unknown token. Do we have any other unknown tokens in here? I don't think so. Doesn't look like it. I don't see any. What was it, like 173 or something like that we saw last time? Yeah, no, these are, okay, so these are all valid tokens at this point. So let's go into parse. And we're going to have to change this again back to an arrow operator. Okay, so they're still valid here. So we create a stack. Current token should be, let's see, index is 0, so it should be the first token, which should be that white space. Or new line, rather, not white space. So this is the first line of the file has a comment on it. And at the very end of that comment, we parse the new line. So that's fine. Okay, so we set the root of the tree. We push onto the stack, and then we start iterating this. So basically anywhere in here that we are modifying anything is suspect. So current token, we're always setting that to the address of the index, which has just been iterated on. Incremented, rather. Oh, we're doing this mid business again. I wonder if this is getting us into trouble and like string mid is just doing some wild, like, stupid stuff. So let's see, what all are we doing in here? Let me move this over. So we're taking the current token start position. We're taking the end minus start because I think mid wants length. Yeah, so it wants start and length. So that makes sense. So our end position is 22. Our start position is 12. So that gives us a length of 10. Okay, so we output that stuff into the buffer, right? So the buffer right now is just all zeros, right? So if we skip over that, we have properties, right? And it is null terminated. So we should be fine on that front. But I wonder if that is like unsafe somewhere else. We're doing something that we shouldn't be with that. So we string duplicate the buffer, right? Which should give us our null terminated properties. So that is correct. We have an object name properties, which I know, which has properties. Okay. And then we push the property to the current object properties. That should be fine. So where else are we doing a string mid in here? So that's the one that we just killed. And then we're doing string from case and token. So we're saying length. I wonder if it's in here. I wonder if this is wrong for some reason. So we have a string literal token, which is the only time that this should be called. The token that we're passing starts at position 64, ends at position 74. So the length should be the difference between those two. Just 10. Then we allocate 11 characters. Right? So we have 11 here. And then we do a string mid into that. So we do file content at token start for length. Right? And so mid at this point should be test scene. Yep. Okay. So that makes sense. And then we're also zeroing this out just for good measure. We don't really have to, but we're doing it for good measure. Right? And then we return mid, which is allocated this way. So scoping should not be an issue here. So we set that to the current token. Still doesn't look like it's corrupted anything. Okay. Let's see. Dingus, 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 dingus. Exactly. S tier printf debugging. I'm going to be using dingus from now on. Yeah. Do it. In the paraphrased words of Jay Blow, dingus-oriented dingus-oriented programming. That's really good. I like that a lot. What was the index? 174? I think it was 173, actually. Which is, I want to say it was white space. Yep, it's white space. And that's just where it happened to fall out, right? And it's only a single character of white space. That's where it failed last time anyway. And it was failing during the teardown phase. So I'm not even sure that that's valid at that point. What is token 170? A new line. Which is one character. Yeah, so we have new line, then white space, then identifier, then white space, then operator equal. But it was saying when we crashed on this before, it was saying that it was an unknown token type. And then when I examined the actual block of memory, it was all corrupted. Yeah, I was actually just thinking about that, Scallywag. The subtract could be bad if it produced a negative value. Is there an assertion in string mid to negative length? So no, there's not, but there probably should be. Content is null, yes, because I disabled the debug content. Content is just a debug view thing, so I turned that off, and that fixed a lot of problems, actually. Does K allocate 0 out the memory? Yes, it does. 11 for the 0 terminator. Yep. Everything checks out. Yep. Serious case of the sussiness going on. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be something stupid when I find it. So I guess let's actually go into, oops. Let's go into what was a K-string? Let's see. I just want to take a quick look at this function. So it takes the destination buffer, the source, the start, and the length. We do some checking here to make sure that if length is 0, excuse me, we return. Actually, it should be, yeah, if length is 0, we should boot out. There's nothing to do. Source length is the string length, right? So we get that. We say if start is outside of the source length, that's rubbish. So we just return an empty string. If length is greater than 0, right? So this can be positive or negative. So if it's positive, then we iterate forwards. If it's negative, I think we proceed to the end of the string, I think is the way that works. So if you pass a start and then like a -1, it just goes to the end of the string. Okay. So this is literally just looping through and copying from destination, or to destination from source. And then it puts a 0 at the end. Start plus length equals 0. So it does null terminate it for us already. So I technically don't even have to be doing that. So this is all that's running here. This other bit is if I pass negative, which I don't think I'm actually doing that anywhere. So what we should probably do, to Scallywag's point, is this should be a length, right? And then I think this is a U32. So let's cast this to I32, and we'll cast this to I32. And then we'll do a K assert, and we'll say length is greater than 0. Let's actually do a K assert message. Ooh, that's actually an interesting point. What if we pass a token that doesn't have a length, right? Like what if its length is 0, which shouldn't technically happen. It should always be a length of at least 1, but maybe that's what's happening. Because then we would technically be, well, no, we would still actually allocate for that. We would allocate 1 for a null terminator. Okay, that's fine. But at least here we'll catch it, right? So let's see. Token length should be at least 1 Yadingus. All right. Okay, that should be good enough. Let's see if that actually. You need to go get some dinner, but you're too curious about what it ends up being. Yeah, that's fair enough. Fair enough. If length is 0, we should return a null terminated 0 length string. No. Yes, which is exactly what would happen. Yeah. So we would allocate, right, length, which would be 0 plus 1 for the null terminator, right? So we'd still allocate a character array of 1. The string mid would basically do nothing, right? It would just return because the length is 0. And then mid length 0 would be set to 0. So it'd be null terminated. Yeah. Boy, pay attention, you dingus. Yeah, exactly. String mid should null terminate because it does that in all other cases. Here's the problem with that, though. Well, wait a minute. Yes, I think you're right. It should technically null terminate. If length equals 0 happens. Yeah. Should probably log it as well. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's do a trace on this, right? Because we don't want to like be super loud and obnoxious about it. And we could turn that off on like non-trace builds. So we'll say it tried to perform mid on 0 length string. And then I guess literally null terminate it. You treat 0 length strings as errors. See, I would do that, right? But like the idea behind this is I want to avoid like unhandled errors as much as possible. So if I can handle it gracefully, I try to. Now I would treat, actually, what I was about to say is technically false. I should also check to make sure that source actually exists and that destination exists. Right. I don't know why I wasn't checking that, but I definitely should have been. And the parser, sure, and a general purpose string function, really? Yeah, I mean, definitely, I definitely wouldn't want to do that in a general purpose string handler, for sure. All right, so did we put any... Okay, so here's where we do the old string mid into the buffer. So that should still work as I expect. So I'm actually just going to skip forward a little bit here. And so now we've got an assert to catch this. I'm actually going to remove this breakpoint and just let it rip. Okay. So this whole thing has gone bonkers again. So I think what I'm going to do to try and catch when this happens is I'm just going to put like a debug case in here and say if current token type equals token type unknown, and actually instead of current token, let's do parser. Oops, if I can spell that right. Parser tokens sub 0, because it looks like that one also becomes foobar. Why is it bleating about... Oh. Dingus. Type. There we go. Imagine all the memory currently being wasted in all the servers in the world because of null terminated zero length strings. Hurts my soul. What a travesty. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I don't like it either. But when you're talking about user code, you got to be a little bit flexible. As much as us programmers want to be like, no, and slap the user, tends to make your software somewhat unusable, right? How is... Okay. We got different results that time, which is slightly horrifying. Let's do this. If the type is less than or equal to 0, you always blame the user. Your code is never wrong. That's funny. What's the alternative? Null pointer. So null pointer should be handled completely different from an empty string, right? Wait, I must have missed something. Oh, it was the treat zero length strings as errors. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay. All right, so let's run this. I like how this is completely different every single time. The first time I ran this, it was a negative, it was actually 0. So I'm like, okay, let me test for 0. Second time I ran it, it was a negative value. So I'm like, okay, let me test for a negative value. And now it's a positive value. Help me understand this. All right. Yeah, actually, I do want string mid. I'm going to do something stupid. I'm going to disable these for now. Which means I'll have empty strings. Should be something separate, but I'm just going to try running this without the string mids. Fixed stuff last time, right? Just check between if token is between the valid range. True, but 0 is a valid number. Your guess is it'll work. Oh, it moved my breakpoint. I was like, wait, what? I should probably put a breakpoint in here somewhere. Like maybe at the very end of this, I suppose. Like right there. Son of a bitch. What is going on with string mid that is just completely boning my memory? And it's screwing up my stack memory. That's the part I like. It's literally like screwing up the stack, which I don't even understand how that's possible. All right, I guess let's take a look through here. Yeah, mid code. You aren't kidding. Like I'm literally looking for something in here that is even capable of screwing up the stack. Right, so all we do some verification here. Then we have the length of the source string, which if we didn't have a source string, we wouldn't even get to this point, right? So we grab the source length of that. We say if the start is greater than or equal to the source length, then we return a null terminated empty string. Otherwise, if the length is greater than 0, right, which is the 0 case would have already been handled up here. So if the length is greater than 0, then we loop through. So I32I equals start. J is 0, right? So J is the index for the destination. I is the index for the source. If J is less than length, and source sub I is not a null terminated string, meaning we haven't reached the end of the string, then we do this. Destination length if it was overflowing or underflowing, that's a stack corruption. Yeah, which is exactly what I'm trying to figure out. So but I was asserting for that. Okay, so destination sub length, instead of destination start plus length equals 0. Start is in source. Which line are you talking about? That's destination start plus length. Oh my god, you're absolutely right. Bonk. Yep. That's an issue. Start is uninitialized memory. Yep. That's an issue. This is also wrong. And we have ads. Oh. That code's been in there a long time too. I can't believe I never ran into an issue with that. Yeah, and it's corrupting the stack because I'm not using dynamically allocated memory. I'm using a character array that's on the stack. Completely explains all of it. So what really needs to happen? Okay. Completely explains the entire issue I've been having. All of it. All right, so we'll wait for ads to complete, and then I'm going to fix this function so that can't happen anymore. Just a few more seconds on ads. All right, ads are dead. So here's the neat part. Here's all the places in code where string mid is currently being used. And it hasn't once been an issue up until tonight. So that's pretty cool. Makes me wonder if me fixing the bug is going to break stuff otherwise. Okay. So if I go back and let's see, string from case and token. So I need to re-enable that one. Re-enable this one. And technically I could probably re-enable this as well and have it actually work, but I'm not going to just yet. I'm going to come back to that. I'm just going to re-enable the other two and see what happens. Why not just memcopy? I suppose I could do that. Should probably kill the debugger first. You know, and I looked at that code a dozen times and I never saw that either. So thank you guys. All right, so I'm just gonna like let this rip and see what happens. Yep, it works. So let me actually go into here real quick and see. Let's see, we got a string literal here. Oh yeah, I turned off the content so you can't actually see it. Okay. Should we? Let's see if the parser destroy works, actually, without pooping itself. Seems like it did. Okay. So it's done the thing. So now we're actually back at the point where we started the stream. Before I continue with this, though, I want to re-enable this. That one and that one. Because this is truly beneficial to have for debug builds. I'm pretty sure we fixed it. I'm pretty confident in that now. Totally makes sense why that was blowing up the stack. So actually I'm going to let's get rid of this too. Return results. I'm going to put a breakpoint here now. So it looks like we might be good. Now, I'm not completely surprised that this doesn't work because we haven't actually verified anything yet. Okay. Although it is interesting. I think me fixing that bug actually literally just broke other stuff. Because I think there was actually other pieces of code that relied on it. Because this image is not a valid path. Cool. All right. So I think this is being used in a lot of places where we're like loading variable names in our old sort of file format. So I know these ones are valid. File name, no extension from path. A lot of this stuff might actually be wrong now. All right, so I guess I'm going to have to fix all these too, potentially. All right, so image resource loader failed to find file. Let's actually see what we're getting in here. All right, so we failed to find this for some reason. Do we even have a string mid here? I don't think we do. File system exists, maybe. So we probably need to... It's going to be probably buried in this, I'm guessing. All right, let's skip past that stuff, because we know it works at least on initial startup. We know this works. So we'll load. I'm gonna let that one rip. And here's another like full file path type of thing. Oh, we're not zeroing this out. That's evil. We're writing into this with the string format. But we're not actually starting off with zeroed memory. That's, that's suboptimal, for sure. It does seem to correct it, though. .targa, there's the 0 right there. So we probably should be zeroing that memory out. Doesn't seem to be a problem just yet. File system exists. Okay, that's just a stat. So that should be fine. Okay, so found is false. So what is this doing? This is doing up a directory, assets, textures, _r .bitmap. Okay. So resource system load. I think the problem is actually further out than this. Because it's using the name, which is just an underscore. So where did that come from? Oh, load cube textures does it, I think. So we have texture names. Okay, not that one. Here we go. So string format. Texture name is empty, which explains why we're just getting _r. Okay. So where is name coming from? Where is name coming from? Create texture. Acquire cube. Does this do a string mid anywhere in here? No. Skybox load. Oh, this is actually an issue with what we're being passed. into scene load. Skybox count as 1, scene skyboxes. So is it literally just scene initialize, scene create? Is it literally the resource loader just pooping itself now? Let's see. It's quite possible that it is, actually. Let's relaunch this. I think I can kill this. I don't think that's the actual issue. So we'll load this. We have resource data here. So we allocate it. We don't really need to be doing this zero memory. It's already zeroed. So we clean up the tree. Then we set the resource data name. So it was bleating about the skybox name, which was, let's see. I think we literally just had, yeah, environment. Here's our skybox attachment. So we have the cube map name, which is skybox. Right, so it loaded this thing. So let's actually boot out of this loader real quick. So we have the scene config nodes. And I think there was 5 of them. Let's see. Ramsey, thank you for the follow. Lovely C programming, yeah. You dingus, yep, exactly. Annoying bug, but satisfying to get, yeah. I hate bugs like that too, because they take forever to find. What were we doing before this bug? So, we were... Oh, Diamond, you missed what the bug was? Okay, I'll re-review it here in a second. New here, what are we building? So we actually just got done debugging like a really low-level string issue that was borking memory. But basically, we had an issue in... Oops. K-string. Oops. We had a issue in string mid where we added some of this kind of foolproof stuff, but destination in both cases was taking the start position and the length of the string instead of just the length of the string and zeroing it out. So it was just wrong. But what it was basically causing was since we were passing to dest a character array that was initialized on the stack, not the heap, this was causing the it was basically blowing out the memory, right? And it was corrupting the stack, more or less. So yeah, it was fun. Yeah, more specifically, I think we may just want dest j equals 0 instead of dest length equals 0, because it might be that length is less than source length. I'm thinking. You're not wrong. That would mean I'd have to hoist J up a little bit, right? So you're saying essentially this. Essentially. Which is, yeah, probably a little bit safer. Maybe this is a good point to ask why avoid using things like STD types. Namely because I just didn't want the huge header imports, right? And I can do static asserts on the type, so I'm sure that they're correct. Because source might be null terminated earlier, and then we do not reach the source length. Yep. Yeah, J is defined in the loop, so we hoisted that, so we're good. Aside from where is the fun in that? That's true too. Yep. Yeah. All right, cool. All right. Let's see, how are we looking for... Okay. All right, so we have this. What were we looking at just before that? I've lost track of where I was at because I stopped to explain the thing and now I don't remember. Oh, you know what? Lots of dinguses in here. There's the other one, I think. Let's save that. Dingus. Because we don't need all of these. Some of them we'll leave. We'll leave that one. I just want to make sure that we don't have, like, Dingus just, like, writing to the console all the time. Okay, I think we're good. Dingus-oriented programming. I forgot to kill the freaking debugger again. I was hoping to get a lot further than this tonight. But at least you guys saw a really good example of troubleshooting, right? And really digging deep. Why do I have a breakpoint there? Go away. All right. Where were we? I think we were wanting to look at scene config nodes. Was it scene config? Is that what it was? Or is it... oh, right. I have to go down one more. Did we not call it scene config? I thought we did. I guess that was at the other scope. Okay, so resource data it is then. We do have nodes. Okay, so when we go through and set all of these up, which I think I put a breakpoint down here somewhere. Yes. In fact, I'm going to do breakpoint here. instead. Okay. Now we have Falcon in there twice. I don't think we changed any of this, though. And where is environment, right? That should have been pushed to resource data nodes. Oh, we haven't actually executed that line yet. That might help. So we only had 4 of these, actually, not 5. Okay. Scared myself there again, but it was just because I hadn't executed the line. Okay, so environment, attachments. The first one is the skybox. The attachment data I can't actually see. But the cube map name is skybox, so maybe we're good. Why can't it find? So we have one skybox with a blank cube map name. Why is it not getting cube map name? I think that's what we were trying to get to the bottom of. So load means scene. Oh, scene resource. This is where I wanted my breakpoint, actually. Let's see. Let's just put scene config here. Hard-coded test scene. Let's do scene config nodes 4. And then we have environment, attachments. So I guess we'll do nodes sub 3, attachments sub 1. Or sub 0, actually, I think it should be. Right, and then the attachment data. The attachment data is going to be of type seed node attachment skybox. Is it saying it can't actually find that? What is it saying? Identifier, of course the identifier is not found. Because of scope. That's annoying. I don't think I can do struct either. Nope. Perfect. Seems fine. So I guess we need to do that at this scope instead. Space Monkey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome. Finding long-standing bugs are the most potent time. Wait. Yeah. Finding long-standing bugs are the most potent time and terms of learning. That's true. That is true. Okay, so we've relaunched. Let's load. We're going to load this up, and then we're going to say resource data. Right, but we need to cast this guy too. This. Because we do actually have that in this context. Okay, so cube map name is there. Cube map name is there. So why are we getting an empty string when we go to translate that, like when we go to actually load the level? So we do scene create, which actually I don't think, yeah, we can step out of this one. Scene initialize is what we want. Okay, so process root nodes. So we have 4 root nodes, yep, and we want the last one. So that was 1, I should say 0, 1, 2, 3. So here is the node itself. The node config is environment. Does not have an X form, does have a hierarchy handle. Here's where we go through the attachments. There should be 2. Yep. So the first one is here. We get the attachment type. The attachment type is skybox. We cast that to the typed attachment. We do have the cube map name here. So we set up skybox config. We take a duplicate of the cube map name. So we did copy that over. Skybox create. Cube map name. Oh, wait a minute. Are we... We should probably be duplicating that string. Yep. So cube map name there is skybox. SB config cube map name is 0. Skybox initialize. So we set up the cube map. Find a free skybox slot. There aren't going to be any. So we push this into our attachments array, and then we should be done with it. Here's the directional light. Same thing. Don't have any children to process. That should be it for that. We initialize the debug grid. So now we should have scene load popping up next. after that. So scene skyboxes, we do have one of those. Cube map name is an empty string. Time for a data breakpoint. Breakpoint? I feel like breakpoint perfectly describes what I've been doing tonight. For sure. So oops. Roman, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Let's see. Skybox. I'll do one more thing. So when we are setting this up, and we do skybox create, I want to do string duplicate here. What did that just do? Why did it replace? I didn't want it to. I hate VS Code. I don't know why I'm editing the file here. I should be editing it in Vim. That's what I get for doing that, I guess. Someone should write a plugin with the obvious thing that plays a poing sound when you hit one, right? The someone that would have to write that plugin would probably be me, though. Oh, you know what? Let me... Okay. This is something else that needs to go away. And we could just do this. Okay. Okay. So I'm actually just going to skip forward to this. Scene creates. And I guess since the first thing that tries to load is skyboxes, let's take a look at that. So scene skyboxes. Yeah, that's apparently what I needed to do. I just needed to make a copy of the string because we're getting rid of the old one. Yay. It runs again. Okay. So, what I think I'm going to do is, oh, we have to, let me put a to-do on this. We'll say re-enable debug ifdef and you know what, I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it because I'm gonna forget to do it otherwise. Oops, I meant to. So we're going to define that, and we are going to call this. So we're going to say T and then source. And then we're going to define that as a call to populate token content, passing through T and source. Right, so if we have debug enabled, we're going to do that. Otherwise, we're going to make it a no op, which needs to say T and source. Right, so at least for release builds, we're not going to populate that content. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Don't want to derail you, but when you get to a good stopping place, would you mind giving a quick demo of the engine? Sure. Yeah, I can do that. Assuming I didn't just break it again. Okay, so actually I'm at a good stopping place. Which unfortunately I didn't get to do what I set out to do tonight. But I feel like it was still kind of a valuable learning experience anyway. All right, so this is what we have in the engine right now, which is this is our testbed application. So this is the sort of driver application that we have to test the engine itself and features as we add them in. So it's a little bit of unorganized chaos, right? Because we're literally just throwing features at this to test it and see if it works. So we've got a lot of hard-coded like hotkeys and stuff like that. If I press L on the keyboard, for example, it loads. All right, let me kill all of these breakpoints. I don't need those. It loads a scene, right? And this scene right now is, somewhat basic. It does have, it has a terrain. It's got the ability to load static meshes. We have the ability to have a hierarchy nodes, right? So this tree is actually a child of this Sponza object, right? So if we go in here, we actually have like a lot of detail in here, just to sort of test how interiors work, right? So we have that. We have a skybox. We are using a PBR lighting system, so physically based rendering. There are still aspects of that we have to develop, but it does use the actual skybox to handle or to help calculate the dynamic or the ambient light rather. So we have that in place. We do have cascading shadow maps in place. So we do have a few debug views. So what we're looking at right now is sort of the default sort of view. And if I hit Control-1 on the keyboard, it shows us the lighting only view. So it sort of takes away the albedo and just shows us what the light and the shadows look like, right? So we can just see just the lighting information and just the shadow information for debug purposes, right? Control-2 shows us our normals, right? So this model actually has some invalid normals. They show up as black, right? And then we can see the normals of like the tree, and then we see the normals of the terrain, which are actually a little bit messed up right now, and we have to fix that. And then we also have another view, which is Control-3. This shows our split up of the cascading shadow map. So we have different colors to represent different ranges of shadow. And basically we're casting the shadow 4 times, right? We're calculating the shadow 4 times in the scene. And the reason we do that is because we want the shadows to be super crisp and high detailed near the camera. And then they can be lower resolution and fall off as you go further away from the camera, right? So we can view a large scene and have shadows across a large scene without having to have like a super ridiculously high definition shadow map. So each of the 4 shadow maps are 2K at the moment, which is, a pretty decent size for a shadow map. And so we can see that really close to us, the shadow map is quite detailed. Actually, if we go closer to this tree, we'll actually see that a little bit better. So this is the highest level of detail. This is sort of one step below that. Blue is one step below that. And then yellow is the furthest out one, the lowest resolution, right? And then white is basically the cutoff point. So anything that's in the white zone does not receive a shadow map, right? Which is pretty standard for most game engines. And so as we move around the scene, we can see that that these zones kind of move with the camera, right? And so if we actually move away far enough, we can actually see that we have a fade right here of the shadow map. So it doesn't just kind of hard cut off. We can actually define a fade for that too. So if we actually switch to the lighting only mode, it's a little bit more obvious, right? So we've got that as well. And then if we do Control 4, it gives us a wireframe view. So one of the things that we implemented in our terrain system is chunking and level of detail, right? So the terrain chunks is chunked up into 16 by 16 block chunks. So you can see the sort of seams here with that. And the ones closest to the camera render at full resolution. And then as you step further away from the camera, the resolution halves. And there's a few levels of that. So if we actually back this away, you can see those levels of detail kicking in, right? And if we look all the way in the back, and we back out enough, we can see those splitting in half and half again. And then if we look all the way back here, we can actually see that it goes all the way down to a single square for the whole triangle, right? And so the way that that's accomplished is we just use different index values. We don't actually have separate sets of verts. We use the same sets of verts, and we just skip indices for each level of detail that we go down, right? So that is that. And then, of course, Control 0 switches us back to the normal mode. And we can kind of see those levels popping in as we get closer. Now, with this terrain and the way that we have this set up, we have it set up to sort of exaggerate that effect so that you can see it. We would obviously have some property tweaking to do to get that to be a little bit smoother in a release situation. But yeah, let's see. Not even nanite. Nope. Let's see. Yeah, diffused a big time bomb, ticking time bomb. Yes, we did. Our shadows bugged on the roof. So no, that is actually bad model data. So if we take a look at the normals, you'll see that the normals here look fairly correct, right? Where their Y is green, so that's pointing up, right? These right here, these black spaces right here, are invalid normal data. So the mesh that I'm using is kind of a crappy one in this case. But if we go look at the car, for example, that's a little bit better example of how things should look. So I can actually select the car, for example, and well, I selected the tree because its bounding box is bigger. I could select the car, move it around. I can also rotate it, right? And we'll see as we rotate it that the colors of those normals change because its orientation changes, right? If we rotate it this way, we can see that the roof changes color, right? So it just it's a way to visualize the normals. If we go back to lighting only, the other thing that we've done as part of our hierarchy is we can now tie point lights or any kind of light really that has a transform or a position. We can actually set that as the child of an object. So in this case, I just kind of positioned it close to where the tail light of this thing would be. And as I move that around, the light follows it, right? So that was something that we recently added because we didn't have a hierarchy before. Time for Intel sponsor. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We shall see. I don't know where we're going to land on that. The other thing that we're looking at here is we do have some basic UI, right? So we have the ability to click a button, right? We don't have anything tied to it right now other than just some messages that get sent, right? And we can resize that button. We can rotate the button and the hover works no matter what we do, right? And then we also have a debug console up here where we can type various commands, one of them being exit, right? And so we have that that's useful as well. we're going to greatly expand the usefulness of that debug console in the near future as well. Let me see. So to give you an idea of how the engine's structured, this is kind of the last bit I'll go into. Let me condense some of this stuff. Okay. So the engine is split into a few different pieces, right? We have the core engine, which contains most of the core logic of the engine. So it contains the platform layers for Windows, Mac, Linux. It contains a lot of your core items like your containers, your memory management, the case and parser, the scenes, stuff like that, right? String functions, all that stuff is in the core. And then we have a few other libraries, right? So we have our Vulkan renderer. So our renderer backend right now is Vulkan, right? So we have a front end, a renderer front end, and a renderer backend. The front end is what interfaces with the rest of the engine. So the engine only knows about the renderer front end, which is essentially the graphics API agnostic portion of it, right? So it abstracts all that stuff away from the rest of the engine. So the engine itself does not care whether we're running Vulkan, OpenGL, Direct3D, does not matter, does not care, right? And so the backend is our Vulkan renderer, in this case, is a plugin. And so that gives the application full power to say what rendering backend it wants to use, or if you want to switch between those rendering backends, which options you have. So the application has full control over what gets used and what doesn't. In this case, the Vulkan renderer is the only renderer that we actually have available at the moment. But eventually we'll have a Direct3D renderer, we'll have a Metal renderer for Mac OS native, and then maybe OpenGL, maybe. I haven't really decided on that one. And then the next bit is we have our audio plugin. So again, we have a front end and a back end. We have a front end the engine interfaces with, and a back end that uses a specific library implementation. I went with OpenAL because it's cross-platform and was relatively easy to get up and running and in place. So we have an audio library that uses that. We also have a standard UI as a separate library, which is also kind of a plugin / utility library. And what that provides to us is our standard type of UI controls. So your buttons, your text boxes, things of that nature. We don't have that filled out yet. We just have a few of them, but that's where all those things are going to live. The reason that's not in the core is because not every end application needs all of that stuff, right? So if you're writing a very simple game like a Flappy Bird or like an Endless Runner or something like that, you don't really need text box controls and scrolling containers and all that crap, right? You don't need all that overhead. You don't need to include that stuff. But if you're using the engine to make an editor, which we're going to be doing, you do want that stuff. Or potentially, maybe you want your debug build of your game to include those things so that you have like debug drop-down console, but you don't want your release build to actually include those things. You can do that as well, right? So that's another option there. The test bed is the application itself. It's the driving application we have now. So you can think of that as your game, right? And the reason I say application is because the editor will be another example of an application that uses the engine and plugins, right? So the testbed application is very light. It contains one source file that loads some function pointers and configures plugins. And that's literally all it does, right? And then we have the testbed lib, which is where all of our application code lives, or your game code if it's a game, right? And the reason we did that and separated that out from the application is because the testbed lib is hot reloadable, which with some of the changes we've made in this branch, we've broken it. But the idea is that we can rebuild just the testbed lib while the game is running. And as long as you don't change the data layout or the memory layout, you can actually update your logic while the game is running, right? And so that's kind of the concept behind that. Then we also have some tests where our unit tests live. We don't have a whole lot of those things, but we do have some things in there. So we have our own custom testing framework that we've built for that. And then tools, right now, there's nothing in here, but for command line tools, this is where this is going to exist. One example of a command line tool is going to be like our texture importer. So right now our texture importer is in the core of the engine, but that's eventually going to be moved out to an external tool. I think that should pretty much cover it, more or less. Okay. Can you build under FreeBSD? I don't know, to be completely honest. I've not tried it. I don't run FreeBSD, so I haven't tested it. So you'd have to try it. UI system is a can of worms. Stay away from it. Trust me, guys. You deserve better. Yeah, I mean, so our UI system doesn't really actually do much at the moment, right? We are going to implement one from scratch just to show how one is actually created, right? You could also set up a plugin that uses, IamGUI or something like that. Dear IamGUI. We're not going to be doing that because we're doing everything from scratch here as an educational exercise. So we won't be doing that here, but that is an option. Have you considered doing something like what it does and have the game be a DLL that loads into the engine and you execute the engine? So, no. And here's why. So the engine, basically everything here except for the testbed are all libraries, right? The testbed is the application. But one thing that you will notice is in the entry.c file, there's a distinct lack of something that every program needs. And so I'm going to scroll through this kind of quickly, but what you may or may not notice is there is no main in here. Main is handled by the engine. So it's externed, and the engine actually owns main. So the only thing the application needs to do is the application needs to essentially implement more or less an interface, right? That meets just some very simple criteria to actually load. And that's it, right? So it keeps all the complexity of having to like bootstrap the application and all that stuff. It keeps it away from the game. And the game doesn't have to worry about that. The game just gets past a structure with like, here's a bunch of options and stuff that you can configure your plugins, and then hand that stuff back to the engine, and the engine takes it from there, right? You don't have to worry about setting up a game loop or any of that stuff. All of that's set up in the engine for you. Immediate mode or retained mode. So our current UI system is a retained mode UI. We are going to be making an immediate mode UI as well. So we're going to make a few different UI systems, and the reason we're doing that is just to go through the process of creating each one and gain an understanding of how those things work under the hood, right? So we're going to create a couple of different systems for that. The time bomb comment might have been referenced by the comment just above it. Maybe have a look when the tour is over. Your comment. Okay, let's see. Vincent, thank you for the follow over on YouTube. He would also accept a breakpoint in the accent of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Get down. Do it now. I love it. Breakpoint. That's awesome. I might be okay with writing that, actually. Let's see. What I'm doing with mine is having a launcher application that loads the game code DLL based on name. The pain is for the release workflow to copy the launcher with the game name plus launcher, and it will look for a game name DLL. Yeah, see, I wanted to avoid all that stuff. I want to keep the application as simple as possible. Right? The application should really only be worried about like plugin configuration and basic engine configuration. And then that's it. Like all of the complexity of game code and stuff should live in the game library. Okay, cool. So I'm just looking at the time. It's kind of late for me anyways. I'm not sure what it's like for you guys, but it's 11:30 here. And I do still have to get up and work in the morning. So, you're going to peace out dinner time. All right. See you later, Diamond. Good timing, actually. So what we're going to do, unfortunately, we don't have that impressive of a change log, right? Because we mostly bug hunted and bug fixed. But we did manage to get our parser working up and running again once we discovered that bug, right? I'm just going to bat away the ads. So go away. All right. So while we didn't accomplish what I wanted to accomplish tonight, we actually, I think it was still a pretty valuable debugging session. I hope you guys agree. And so the goal next time is to actually write the serialization and deserialization, which is literally just going to be taking the scene loader. So it's literally going to be taking the output of, where is it? The source tree that we have here. And we're going to iterate through that and deserialize all the properties from this file and essentially recreate this down here. And my thought behind that is basically we're just going to do one piece of it at a time. So we'll likely start off with like these top properties up here, which don't really do much at the moment. But it's a nice way for us to get started, right? It's just a couple properties here. And then we'll move on to like replacing these pieces one by one and go from there. So that's kind of what I'm thinking anyways. I really wanted to do that tonight, but unfortunately we just didn't get there. Okay, Scallywag, sounds good. Let's see. So for the reference to my comment, populate comment token. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the Schwarzenegger thing. Populate comment token and maybe assert the fixed buffer length so that's running and debug does not magically introduce new bugs. Oh, you're saying bring the assert back? You're saying bring this back, in other words? Less than 256. Oh, you're talking about the... Okay, yeah. I think you're literally just saying do this. Yeah, they were just commented out. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I can leave those in because it's debug only. Let me just make sure it runs, because I'm going to push this code up to the repo. So I want to make sure that it runs, so that you guys aren't dealing with a broken build, right? Okay, looks like we're good. All right. All right, so I don't even think I'm going to bother updating like the to-do or the changelog. So these are the files that we changed. And I don't even think the diff is going to be that impressive, honestly. Other than this entire file showing up as deleted and recreated because I renamed it. So we moved the D-array stuff around. I guess that'll make it easier to debug. I'm fine with that. There's our string fix. Here's where we changed from defines to local tokens, or local functions rather, and all of the refactoring that ensued from that. I should probably rename those functions to not be capitals, but I don't care at the moment. And then here's where we added reading the file. Okay, so yeah, it's not that many changes, right? So most of it was just debug stuff. With string mid, that was a real dingus issue to debug. Also, work in progress. Scene file loading for D. Deserialization. All right, so let me push this up. I see there's a couple more comments there, so I'm just going to read those real quick as well. All right. Lime Oats, first time chat, welcome to the stream. Unfortunately, we are ending here, but welcome. Nice project. You've already probably covered this, but how are you handling dynamic arrays, lists, and data structures like that? Custom implementation, a library, not using them at all. A combination of custom implementation and or not using them at all. Right? Like I don't have like a linked list structure, for example. So there are some things that just I implement in place. Okay, cool. All right, so let me see who I can raid. And I know I realized after I raided last night that DocLock actually put in a guide to raid, so I wound up having to refund that because I didn't see it until afterwards. In case of use sanitizer, you could catch strings bugs much faster. Yeah. I actually do need to do a sanitization pass on this for sure. Although I don't know how well those work with dynamically allocated memory, right? Or dynamic allocators. Let's see. It's kind of late, so I'm just trying to figure out who I want to raid. Let's see. I should probably... They changed this interface recently, so it's a little bit... I'm still getting used to it. You know what? I haven't done it in a while, actually. I'm going to raid ferrets tonight. So I'm going to raid a channel called Ferret Software, which is a ferret rescue run by Pirate Software here on Twitch. He's another game dev. But basically, this is a rescue for ferrets that are in dire need of a new home. And essentially, they're given to him in like near-death conditions. And he rehabilitates them and gives them a permanent home. They don't get rehomed. They have a forever home there. He's got like 22 of them or so, I think, at the moment. And all of the medical bills, the food, the supplies, all of that stuff, all gets taken care of completely from the ad revenue on the channel. Just by leaving it up to run and stream, it actually pays all of those bills. So I think it's a really great cause, and I like to support it whenever I can. And so that's who we're going to raid tonight. And yeah, I just want to say thank you to you guys on both sides, both the YouTube side and the Twitch side, for stopping in and hanging out with me and debugging stuff. It's been a lot of fun. The demo would be a great short on YouTube. Yeah, probably would be, actually. But yeah, so thank you guys for being here, and I will catch you guys next time. All right, see ya.